Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice. As we've got a matchup for you, it's Eunice versus Jow. It's red versus blue, north versus south, and all that other stuff.
All that.
And I'm choking, but I'm Jimmy Jones alongside my partner, Charlie Fairbrush. Welcome, Charlie.
Welcome, everybody. Got to get this thing rolling. Have some afternoon baseball on into the evening with a doubleheader here today against Jow Panthers.
That is true. We should have a good one here. If this game goes anything like the last matchup that we covered down there in Jow, it was a nail biter, a barn burner, all of those good terms. It came down to the last inning. It was a one-run game.
Yeah.
And, you wouldn't have thought that going into that game, as Eunice was the number one ranked team in the state. And I think Jow at that time had only won 2 or 3 games all year. And I think everybody, including Jow, thought that the Cardinals were going to walk through that game. And the next thing you know, they were down late at one point, and we were all scratching our head going, what's about to happen here? So anytime you have Eunice and Jow, you can pretty much throw the records out and get ready for a slugfest. It's like Rock'em Sock'em Robots when the Panthers and the Cardinals get turned loose on each other. Also, they've got the softball game going on just across, kind of behind us over here.
I don't know why I was thinking they were playing out of town, but I guess they're here too, huh?
Yeah, their games were at 11-1. They had a doubleheader with Loving. Loving is the number one ranked softball team in the state of New Mexico. And the last I looked, the Cardinals were down 7-0. In fact, it says final 7-0. I don't know if that's game 1 or game 2. Man, Loving is just a different beast.
Well, they're just a powerhouse.
Yeah. We were talking at the Booster Pancake Cookout this morning. And special thanks to all those boosters and everybody that came and supported. We appreciate you for sure. But we were talking this morning about that. And, Loving to me has always just not made sense. And I'll probably make some people mad, but it's the truth. Loving every single year is, they're top 2 in softball every year. They win it a ton. They're like crazy good. And it just never has made sense to me because it's the same athletes on the softball field that you see on the basketball and in track and in volleyball. And, like I said, I may hurt some feelings, but they're usually not very good on those sports. In fact, I think this year they won like 3 games all year on the basketball court. It's the same kids. And you put those kids on the softball field, and they just mop the floor up with people.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or something.
And, my theory, and there probably are people out there that don't agree with me, but my theory has always been if you have athletes, then you can win in just about any sport.
Yeah.
And you should win, in my opinion, or be competitive. If you've got state championship level athletes in any sport, football,
then you should be competitive at least.
You should be competitive in all of them at the small school level. Now, I get it. Hobbs or, Artesia, somewhere like that, Odessa, that's a little different. But at the small school level, most of your kids, not all of them, but most of your kids play multiple, if not all, sports. And if you've got a group of athletes that's good enough to be number 1 in the state in one sport, in my opinion, they ought to be competitive in
I think a lot of it might have to do with what they focus on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure. I know those girls. They play softball all year round. They play all summer. And
well, you take our boys for example. I've talked about our boys a lot through the years because our boys every single year are if they're anything below 4 in football, there's houses burning down in town. In baseball, if they're anything below about 2 or 3, there's houses burning down. And, and I've said it for years, then we'll be average in basketball.
And everybody's cool.
And so I've always said if you've got those state championship level athletes and they're the same athletes playing all sports, they ought to be highly competitive in all of them. And so that's one thing that hasn't made sense to me through the years with Loving is, man, they are always, always really, really good in softball.
Yeah, I mean, and it don't always flow over to baseball either. It's just softball.
Yes,
It's
yeah,
just softball.
it's just doesn't make sense at all to me. They are
Of course,
one.
I don't know. I've seen a few fans come in wearing those blue shirts, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that is very, very, yeah. But when you get some of those kids, it's like we all have those kids in these small schools that come over from those other schools.
Mm-hmm.
When you get some of those and they're just single sport athletes, then you go, okay, I get it. They came in from that big school and they've spent their life doing this. But like I said, once again, with those kids, you look at their rosters, it's the same rosters for all their sports. And in one sport, like I said, I remember when we played them in basketball this year, talking about Loving, I think they had won 2 games all year.
Right.
And then in softball, they don't lose. And so you just scratch your head and go, it's the same kids on both rosters.
Yep.
And so, anyway.
Different ball, same kid.
Yeah. So, in this game here today, we've got the 10-4 Eunice Cardinals. They'll be facing against the 3-9 Jow Panthers. I was going to look here at the rankings for the year. This Eunice Cardinal team is, really came out this year on fire. Looked amazing. They're number 1 right now in Max Preps in the latest Max Preps ranking. The coaches poll has them at number 1 as well.
The district had Eunice leading. They're tied with Loving as far as 3-1 in games won, but they're leading the district. And then comes Texaco, and then Jow's on the bottom of that fourth.
Yeah, and the crazy part about that is, Eunice and Loving had that split the other day in the doubleheader that we covered, and then you've got Texaco at 2-2, and then you've got Jow at 0-4, and the crazy thing about that is Jow gave Eunice a 1-run game, so a very tough district.
By the way, have you talked to Coach Almaguer?
I have. Yeah.
He didn't say anything.
No.
He was up there earlier. I said, I bet you're not going to let Jimmy interview you between games, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because the other day we had, 10-0, and then
the
interview,
game.
and then they come out and smoked us. Well, by 1 point. It wasn't a smoking.
Yeah, I was with him this morning at the pancake
He was laughing.
breakfast.
He said, I'm going to talk to Jones.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning at the pancake breakfast for a while. He was up there, and, I know that especially baseball people, it's like our little rock boogie thing. And baseball's world is built a lot on superstition, and it's crazy. You'll see the kids down there with their hats flipped up inside out, and the bills popped up, and
every game they got to have it that way.
Yeah,
right?
and guys like in the majors that won't shave for as long as they keep winning or whatever, or have their batting average at a certain level or whatever. It always is entertaining to me to see how superstitious baseball folks are. And I'm one of those that's a strong believer in you get what you get.
You get what you get.
And whether you say rock boogie oogie oogie or whether and we do it for
even
fun.
Though we do it for Heath Dean.
Yeah, it's entertaining for Heath and for Jared, but
for Jared.
But the reality of the matter is, my thoughts on that kind of stuff is, it is what it is, and you're going to get what you're going to get, and you either get it done or you don't, and so anyway, that's definitely something to talk about.
I was browsing through Max Preps earlier, and I noticed I was just looking at some of our stats, and Tyson Jones leads our batting average with 500.
Wow.
And and on base percentage.
Yeah.
So he's the number 3 batter today. Find out.
Well, it looks like we're about to jump into the national anthem here, so we will take a quick our online break here. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
said play ball.
All right. Looking at the bleachers during the national anthem, I mean, we've only got about 9 people, something like that, in the bleachers. I don't know that, at least from the Eunice side, there's there's about the same amount over on the Jowl side.
Yeah.
Maybe the least attended baseball game that I've seen all season.
I wonder if a bunch of them are still at the softball game.
Well,
maybe.
that's
Could
what I was
be.
going to say. A ton of things going on right now. You've got the softball team playing right across the way. You've got the Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship and whatnot that's going on out at the American Legion, and so get out there and support that. It's a great cause. Supports kids and scholarships, and Sean Berry, a great friend of mine, a great Eunice athlete, and a member of a great family here, a young man that died tragically in a traffic accident. And I had just talked to him maybe a week before that. I had seen him was planning to come back here and stick around in this area, and then was involved in an accident down there, a rollover accident, and passed away. And so anyway, the friends and family of Sean have kept his memory alive with that scholarship, and so they'll be doing that all day today. They've got cornhole going on right now. They've got a full-blown cornhole tournament.
Got a bunch of cooking going on.
A lot of cooking. I'm supposed to be out there meat judging here in a little bit.
Judging some people's meat.
That's right, and I am a professional meat judger. I get out there and tell them whether their ribs or their meat is good or not. And so anyway, that may be the best
job in the world.
Best job, man. It don't get any better than judging somebody's meat.
Oh, yeah.
It's especially that kind of meat.
I'm telling you.
It's a good assignment, that's for sure. But anyway, we should be in for a good one here today. I am excited.
I'm kind of looking for a little different game than we had in Jowl, but
Yeah,
know.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one for sure.
Give me these names.
You got it, and I will let you.
Okay.
I'll let you handle that part, and I'm just gonna go
All
off.
right.
Looks like coming to the plate is Javier Santillon.
Yep, number 6.
Yeah, he's playing second base today, and he'll step up there. And he takes that first one right down the middle for the strike. And for the Cardinals today on the hill, who do we have, Charlie?
On the hill today for the Cardinals, we got Mr. Fernando, or better known as Bubba Cerna, number 15.
So the Cardinals decided they weren't playing around today. They threw Fernando on the hill to start this off, and he's ahead 0-2.
Yep.
And there's a swing and a foul ball into the netting. So trying to stay alive is Santillon. Javier. So Javier steps back in there ready to go. He's a lefty. Got his catcher for the Cardinals set up way outside.
And that's Morales on the catch today. Down there, number 10, Isaac Morales. He's been catching the last few games.
Yes, he has.
Doing a pretty good job, too.
I don't see Coy.
Oh, that one hit the U-Haul truck out there almost.
Did it?
Almost.
That'll earn him. Oh, yeah, and that U-Haul truck is moving. Yeah, that's a moving
target.
U-Haul. I thought it was a parked U-Haul, but then when I looked over and saw it.
Uh-oh.
And there is 3 straight
balls
mixed with a couple of fouls, and we've got a full count. Yeah.
Money pitch.
And there's a swing and a miss, and down goes Santillon. So a strikeout for Cerna.
Bring up number 2, Zayden Lujan, the left fielder for the Panthers today. He steps into that right-hand batter's box.
Yep. And he's ready to get after it. Something that I've noticed a little bit this year that I haven't noticed it in years past is, and Lujan is not holding the bat that way, but that last gentleman was. They have like a 1 to 2 inch gap between their hands.
I've never seen that.
This year I've seen it several times, but
I don't know if their hand slides as they swing or what.
No, they're standing there set up at the plate, and they got like a 2 inch gap between their hands. The last gentleman had it that way, and I've seen several that way this year. I don't know if that's a new thing. Yeah. And so we've got a
2-1.
Is that 2-1?
Yeah.
And so Cerna behind a little bit here, 2-1 early to Lujan. And there's a swing and a miss, and that'll make it 2-2.
Yeah, I think he was about 2 seconds behind that one.
Yeah. I thought he was headed for the dugout there for just
It
a
looked
second.
like it. I think that momentum of that swing took him.
Yeah. So 2-2, and then swinging and down he goes Lujan. That is the second batter faced and the second strikeout for Cerna.
Bring up number 8, Andre Rodriguez.
Yeah.
The shortstop for the Panthers as he jumps into that right-hand batter's box.
He'll be ready to go.
And no gloves. On old school.
Behind home plate today is Colvin. Danny Colvin's back there behind home plate.
And so far, he's been pretty good at making those calls where we can see him. That's a strike.
Yeah, it is nice to have an umpire that gives some sort of signal or makes the call or doesn't wait, till the, oh, man, that'll wake you up.
Yeah.
The Lujan family, Emmy and Kayla, the fam were coming up the stairs, and that foul ball hit
went back down
off
the stairs.
the rail, and it's got the netting on it, but it's still got that metal right behind the netting, and that ball hit right behind them, and I think they jumped a little bit there. And there's
got
a
him.
swing,
3
and
up, 3 down.
goes Jow. 3 up, 3 down, 3 Ks.
Nice pitching today by Bubba Cerna.
That's right. So as we move to the bottom of the first, it's 0-0, Eunice and Jow. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red. BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lea County athletics and academics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice. As we were looking at the bleachers during the break there, starting to slowly get a few more people trickling in here today. It's a beautiful day, a little breezy, and that wind is cool. It's not a it's
kind
not
of
a very
nice.
warm wind. Yeah.
Actually, kind of nice because it's supposed to be up around the 80s here after a while.
Yeah, I was looking before we came, and the temperature was about 70 when I was leaving the house, and it was supposed to get up to 78 before the day was over because I was trying to decide what to wear. Sometimes you come into this booth and they've got the AC on like 60.
Yeah, I got my help over here, and she had to go down and get her a jacket. And she's in that. Yeah, she's in that cold spot.
That is the spot right there for sure. So pitching for Jow will be Arroyo. Behind home plate is Lujan. And so who do we have up first?
We got Isaac Morales, number 10, for the Cardinals up to bat.
So Morales steps up there ready to go.
He's our catcher.
Here comes the first pitch, and that hit him right in the head. Morales takes that one right in the head.
That'll wake you up or shut you down, one or the other.
Yeah.
That'll bring up Jose Calvillo, number 24.
Calvillo,
our first baseman,
comes to the plate. Looked like he had retrieved a couple of foul balls. He walks up there and hands them to the ump, and they're going to walk.
They don't even want to face him.
Wow.
I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, not at the beginning of the game.
No,
with the
see how he's batting today, right?
First, yeah.
That'll bring up another hitter. They might want to walk him.
And you're going to bring up Jones, who
he's a designated hitter today.
You know, has had a pretty dang good season. But hey, you know what? That's
and currently is leading the Cardinals with a batting .500. He just jumped a little bit ahead of Brito.
Yeah. So runners now on first and second. Jones comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch. He fouls that one over toward the third base dugout. Jones is colorful. Last couple of games,
Yeah.
I've noticed he's really colorful. And speaking of Jones, here comes another Jones with Redbird Garage walking up here to have a seat,
Yeah.
trying to check out.
I thought that was a mountain man. He's got that big
Yeah.
old beard going now.
Yeah, now that he's doing his own thing, and Jones is
got
going
one
to rip
through.
one into right field and stroll over to first as Jones gets an RBI. Oh, and they're going to throw out Calvillo trying to get to third, but Jones is standing on second with an RBI double. And so Jones taking care of business, exactly what we talked about is, Jones is just, he's had a great season. A lot of times playing that DH spot. Is that what he's doing today? Is he DHing today?
DH, yeah.
Yeah, designated hitter, and so basically he just gets to hit. Somebody else, usually a Don or somebody plays in the field.
Yeah, he's a right field. So
coming up to the plate is number 5, yes.
Our third baseman.
And they're going to swing back and throw toward Jones, and Jones dives in face first. And then he stuck his hand like up behind him, like, hey, I'm okay, I'm time out now, let me stand up.
He's got that sliding glove on,
Yes, he
that colorful
does.
sliding glove.
He's colorful. So back on the hill, here comes the pitch from Arroyo, and it's going to hit Serrano.
So it puts him on base.
Yeah. So I think, 4 batters, 3 walks?
Yeah, 3 walks.
Yeah.
2 of them hit by pitch.
2, yeah.
And a double.
Yeah.
And the only out is because we tried to get an extra base.
Yeah.
Brings up number 3, Misa Brito.
Brito, the 8th grader.
He's a lefty. He's our second baseman.
Mm-hmm. The young man started off the year like a complete ball of fire. In fact, I think he was leading the team in batting average. Had an injury, missed a couple of games, and since coming back, hadn't been quite the fireball he was at the beginning of the year, but he's just trying to get things going again.
And he's still second, and he's still got the second leading batting average. He's behind Tyson. So.
Yeah, and so when I say he's not the ball of fire he was at the beginning of the year, that's no knock on him, because, I mean, he was.
He's just not knocking home runs every game.
when you're on the best team in the state of New Mexico, and you're you've got the best batting average on the team and the number 1 team in the state, and you're an 8th grader, that's pretty special.
That's saying something.
Yeah, that's pretty special. So my comment saying he's not the ball of fire he was at the beginning of the year is.
If you said I'm not that
yes,
then that means I haven't hit one in 6 weeks.
Yes. Yeah, he's still doing really well. Runners on first and second. That pitch is going to be high and outside, so we got a 2-1 count. So 2 balls and a strike to Brito. Man, I watched his sister run at the track meet the other day, 8th grader as well. They're twins. And he drives that one into shallow right center field, and it's going to get down. It does. Oh, and then it took a funny skip past the center fielder.
I think Jones could have come in, but he slowed up.
It was probably a good idea. They held him up there at third. Earlier, we got really aggressive and got our only out of the inning.
Yeah.
So Almaguer held him up there, and now with the bases loaded, here comes the slugger Cerna. He leads this team in home runs this year.
And our pitcher today also.
Yeah. Bases loaded, 1 out. It's a 1-0 game. The Cardinals lead here in the first. That first pitch is going to be a little outside for ball 1.
These last few umps have been calling that strike right there.
Yeah, that outside, probably 6 inches to a foot outside the plate. A lot of them have liked that this year, and that one's going to be low for ball 2. So 2-0 here to Fernando, a.k.a. Bubba.
Bubba Cerna.
Called him Bubba as long as I can remember.
There's a lot of Bubbas out there,
Yes,
I promise you. My
there are.
grandson is also a Bubba.
I thought Cerna was going to get that one in the top of the head.
Yeah.
And so I believe they're saying 3-0 count here now. Looked like Coach Almaguer had a question for the ump, and he stepped out and answered
I think I just gave him the red light, let him make him pitch it.
And there's a high fly straight up over the catcher.
Trouble.
They're trying to get to it. Oh, and the catcher and the third baseman pretty much
almost
got
collided
each other's way. And the ball finds the turf, so a big break for the Cardinals and for Cerna. That foul ball was just about probably 15 feet from home plate. The third baseman come in to make the catch, and so did the pitcher. The catcher stepped back out of the way, but it looked like third base and the pitcher didn't communicate. So here comes the next pitch, and that one's driven high into deep left center field. It may be. It could be. Holy
grand
cow!
slam.
Cerna with the grand slammy. And I'm not talking about breakfast at Denny's. As he hits the slammer over left center field, Cerna clears the bases and knocks one out of this park here in the first inning. What a shot by Cerna. We had just talked about him leading the team in homers.
And there it is.
And he adds to it with a grand slam home run. What a shot by Cerna.
And now Luis Zamora comes up, the shortstop, and he said, man, how am I going to top that?
Yeah, for sure. With one out, the Cardinals now lead 5-0. What a shot by Cerna as he hit that one straight into left center field. And as soon as it left the bat, it went sky high, and I wasn't sure it was going to come down.
The wind is blowing a little bit, but it's kind of cutting to the left.
And Zamora drives that one straight into the glove of the third baseman, so he's going to go down for out number 2 on a line drive to third.
And bring up Jaciel Guata, number 11, our left fielder, to bat.
So Hasi steps in there with 2 outs, a 5-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning. Here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball, stays inside for ball 1. Climbing back on the hill is Arroyo. Here comes the pitch. It's low and outside for ball 2. Once again, reminder, Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship. The
out of the American Legion.
Cook-off, cornhole, and everything going on at the American Legion today. Silent auction. Get out there and support an amazing cause in remembrance of an amazing person. My friend Sean.
Yeah, I know Jared and a few other folks have been instrumental in keeping that going all these years.
Yeah, the Gladden family, the Klauses, of course the Berries. I just have done an amazing job keeping that thing going. So many other people. I feel bad to start naming a few.
Yeah, then you can't name them all. I know. Yeah.
Here comes the next pitch, and that one almost gets him, and that'll send
I'd put him on base.
Hasi over to first.
Bring up Dyson Lord, number 2, our center fielder.
So Dyson comes to the plate, the senior, with a runner on first. This is the weekend of the Lord.
Yes.
And we'll see if he can deliver here as he steps in there ready to go. Speaking of weekends of the Lord, had the Easter egg hunt going on at the city down this morning. Pretty neat event. A lot of people down there for sure, and sliding in safe as Zamora as he steals second.
They tried. It was a good try, though. They were close.
Mm-hmm.
They got the ball there. Lujan with a pretty good arm back here behind home plate.
Yep. So back in is the Lord. Here comes the pitch, and that one's inside for ball number 2. So 2-0 to Lord. We have a doubleheader here today. We will have another game right after this one. Here comes the next pitch. It's inside for ball 3. So 3-0 to Lord.
There've been a lot of 3-0 pitches here today.
Yep. So back on the hill, working quickly as Arroyo. Here comes the pitch. Oh, and I thought he was going to hit him. He jumped out of the way, and that was ball 4. So Lord now strolls over to first. There's runners on first and second, and here comes the Jowl coaching staff headed out.
Yeah, we're back to the top of our lineup with Isaac Morales will be up.
We've batted all the way around here in the first inning, a 5-0 lead over the Panthers, and runners on first and second.
Coach going to have a little chat, chitty chat.
Yeah, so once again, a lot of really neat things going on around here this weekend. A lot of stuff going on. The Booster Pancake Cookout was this morning. Had a good group of volunteers up there helping. One of the better groups of volunteers that I've ever seen at any event that the Booster Club does. Usually in a typical booster club,
get 1 or 2 people.
you get 2 or 3 or maybe 4 max that show up this morning. We had over a dozen, I think.
Well, there
down
was
there
food
helping.
involved.
Yes, yes.
You know, like if I help, I know I'm going to get a pancake.
That's right. That's right. You know, the Booster Club does so much, and it relies so often on donations and that sort of thing, sponsors. And so Morales swings at that first pitch for strike number 1. Yeah, and this year, coming into the year late, they were needing a little extra money, and so they decided to do that pancake cook-off to try to raise just a few extra funds. Oh, man, they're going to get him.
They're going to get him.
Yeah, he got a real late jump.
So Morales will still be batting when we come back.
Yeah, so Lujan guns down Zamora, I believe that was.
Quota.
Oh, was that Hasi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Hasiel. And so anyway, that'll move us to the top of the second. As we move to the top of the second, your score, Eunice 5, Jal 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards! Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice, here at beautiful Eunice Cardinal Field. It's a beautiful day, a little breezy, I wouldn't even call this breezy compared to the days that we've had this spring, because it has been a breezy, to say the least, spring. Yesterday was absolutely
very
horrible.
breezy. So 24 Fernando Sauceda for Panthers up. Their first baseman today up to bat, took his first ball.
So Saucedo at the plate and Cerna on the hill for the Cardinals. Morales behind the plate. Talking a little bit about the Cardinals setup out there. They've got Calvillo on first. Looks like Brito on second. Zamora at short. And Serrano on third. And that pitch is in there for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here.
Our outfield consists of Hasiel Guta in left, Dyson Lord center. And
there's a chopper right back to the pitcher. Pitcher going to take his time, flips it over
for one
to Calvillo, and down goes Saucedo.
And then
that looks like our man.
Adam Baiza and
the number 3.
Yep, number 3 coming up. That'll be
that's our guy, right?
Adam Juarez.
Yeah.
Our Adam. He's ours.
Yeah. We claim him.
Claim him.
So Adam heads to the plate. The young man takes strike 1 there, and he'll step back in there ready to go. Adam, just a great young man. I believe he was their prom king
I
just
believe
a
you're
couple
right.
days ago I saw. So congratulations to him. He finds himself in an 0-2 count here with 1 out, facing Cerna, one of the best pitchers in the state this year.
He said, "I'm here to pitch today, boys."
Yep. And he fouls that one off to stay alive. Yeah, Adam's just a pretty neat young man. I was visiting with him at the track meet the other day. I told him if we were able to broadcast a track meet like we were going to try, that I was going to have to get out there and get him some air time. And they catch it over to second. They flip it over to first, and they're going to get Adam as he goes down on the ground ball. Cerna tried to come off that mound and get a glove on it. Couldn't quite get to it, but the second baseman, Brito, comes up, scoops it, fires it over to Calvillo at first. and down goes Juarez.
And that'll bring up Sebastian Arroyo, number 1, the third baseman, to bat.
So Arroyo comes up there ready, and here comes the first pitch, and it's right down that inside corner, and that one had some smoke on it.
Mm-hmm.
Swung on and missed for strike number
Maybe even
1.
a flame coming off the back
Yes.
of it.
Yeah, I concur. Here comes the next pitch, and that one hit the glove, I think, before the swing for strike number 2. When Cerna's clicking,
Oh, yeah.
he's as tough as any pitcher in the state. And
Fouled it
anyway,
off.
that was fouled off. So he stayed alive, is Arroyo. Cerna already back on the mound. And takes a look at his catcher, and he's going to fire this one home, and that was low and outside. Haven't seen the latest update on the
Softball game.
Yeah, on the latest softball game. They had 2 over there today, and that one's
You
right
got him
down that
looking?
outside corner, and down goes Arroyo. And the Cards move into the bottom of the second with a 5-0 lead. They'll be back to the plate. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lea County sports and academics.
Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofeunice.org to unlock a treasure trove.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. Here live in Eunice as the Cardinals lead 5-0, and we're going to start this second inning at the top of the lineup with Isaac Morales. That first pitch almost got him in the grill.
You know, he was the first batter last inning.
And he got hit
and
in
he
the
got
helmet.
hit in the helmet, and he almost got hit in the helmet again.
That one almost got him in the face.
Man.
He was bobbing, and he should have been weaving.
He may be smiling funny at that pitcher or something. So here.
Man, that one was a close one. So he takes the second one for ball 2, and now he'll step back up there ready for the third pitch. Arroyo. Swing on foul. So just a little bit underneath that one. 2 balls and a strike.
He said, everybody's hitting. I want to hit. So let's get it going.
Yeah. Yep, so 2 balls, 1 strike, no outs here. We're in the bottom of the second. The Cardinals with a 5-0 lead over Jow. Here comes the pitch. It swung on, hit high up over second base. Second baseman runs in, going to make that catch easily. And down goes Morales on the infield fly. And that'll bring Calvillo to the plate with 1 out. They walked him intentionally last time, just put him on with no pitches.
See what they do here.
Yep.
He may not get to bat today.
I saw a cool little bat boy come out of the Eunice dugout dressed in a white
Oh,
Cardinal uniform. That was kind of a new thing and kind of neat. So Calvillo looks like they're going to pitch to him this time. I'm assuming because nobody's on base. So he steps up there ready in the left-handed batter's box. Here's the first pitch. It's fouled off. Calvillo fouls it off. I was talking to Calvillo a couple of days ago.
At a dance?
I saw him at one here within the last few days. But anyway, I was talking to him, and he told me that he tore his rotator cuff in his off arm. You know, he's left-handed.
Oh, yeah.
He tore the rotator cuff in the right arm, and it's going to require surgery, he said. But he's gonna hold off and wait.
Wow.
And
he's going to go on through life with a rotator cuff torn, man.
Yeah, he's He's not a
tough
normal.
dude.
He's a tough rascal. And there's
And
a
hit the heck
drive
out of
right
that
into
ball.
center field, and it's going to get on and get through, and Calvillo strolls over to first. I don't, I love Jose Calvillo. I love his attitude.
Oh, yeah.
I love his heart, everything about the kid, man. I like him. I don't know why they leave him on the base to run, and I know he wants to, and he's a good base runner.
Yeah, but you got that shoulder.
Man, you
take
got
care
a
of it.
shoulder. That kid's had some. He's had some injuries through the years.
But he does love to run too.
Oh, he
I mean,
loves
he
it.
wants to be there.
And there's a drive high into left center field coming over,
No trouble.
and they're going to make
it.
the catch as Jones hit that one. It looked like a check swing, but man, it went dang near to the warning track.
He swung a little
in left
harder, been
center
over the
field.
fence.
Yes. Yeah, he
bring
hit
up-
it deep, but he's going to fly out for the out number two. I'm sorry.
That'll bring up Andre Serrano.
Yep. So Calvillo still standing on first, a 5-0 lead here in the bottom of the second. Jones goes down on the fly to deep left center field. When that came off his bat, I thought it was going to be like maybe the shortstop.
Yeah.
And it just kept flying and kept flying.
Trying to pick Calvillo off over there on first.
Mm-hmm.
He was our first out last time. Got picked off trying to make it down to third.
The third, yeah. On a Jones drive into right field. So stepping up there is Serrano. And that ball almost hits him. He was bobbing and weaving again. I don't know if it's just the way maybe it's his breaking ball looks, but man, when he lets it go, there's a lot of these pitches that I think are going to get him. See that? Even that one coming out of his hand looked like it was headed right for him. I think it's his breaking ball. It's just the way he releases it, and
just didn't break enough.
Yeah. So back in there with a 2-0 count, 2 outs. Runner standing on first is Jose Calvillo, and now it's a 3-0 count. Coach Almager standing over there on third. JP standing in the first base coach's box. Well, he's not really in that box.
He's close to it.
He's over there.
He's been somewhere in there.
That box is just it's just give you an idea where you might stand. I mean, if you want to stand right on first base like he's doing right now, that'll be fine too.
Some of them umpires don't play
go for
that
that.
too. They'll get back in that box.
Yeah. And Calvillo got a big jump early.
And he's on.
Yeah, and the pitch was outside anyway.
Well, it was a ball anyway, wasn't it?
So Serrano heads over to first. Calvillo was already 3/4 of the way to second.
So that'll bring up Misa Brito, number 3, our little lefty.
Yep. So Brito heads to the plate. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Got to keep this rally going here if you're a Cardinals fan. Try to put some more runs on the board here. You don't want to start putting zeros up there.
No, we want to get at least a 1 or 2, 3, 10 of them at least.
If I recall correctly, it's kind of what happened in that last game. We jumped out and got about 3 early.
Wow,
And
that was a high strike.
Then we went zeros for a bunch of innings.
For a few innings.
It took us till the end of the game to get things going again.
Guess I'm going to cough my head off, too.
So
I gotta
runners
get at least
on
one
first
in.
and second. That ball's high and outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs. Once again, reminder, Seanberry Memorial Dance Scholarship, all their activities going on today at the Eunice American Legion. Got a silent auction going on out there. I saw a video that Miss Hobbs had posted earlier, Miss XN Hobbs. A lot of really neat items. Yeti coolers, guided fishing trips, knives. I mean, just amazing things that have been donated.
A lot of people donate a lot of stuff for that.
I saw a couple of like mugs that were like a Yeti mug type things that were donated by, and I can't even remember who it was, but donated by someone. And if you won that, you also got free refills at whatever their shop was for the year.
Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah, for the remainder of 2025, you could take your Yeti down to their shop and get a drink.
So it ain't just a Yeti, huh?
Yeah. And he takes ball forward as Brito,
Walks
and
on
he'll
down.
head to first. And now we got the bases loaded.
for Bubba
And
Cerna.
Cerna comes to the plate again.
He gets another shot at that grand slam.
Yeah, had the slammy.
The
his
catcher
last
said, "Listen,
at-bat."
son, don't give him anything he can hit."
Yeah. Yeah, this is almost like a movie scene here.
This is a deja vu, maybe.
Yeah. As Cerna heads to the plate, he drove one.
I might even think about swapping pitchers if I.
Yeah. He hit one to the Garcia
he
shop
did.
out there the last at bat, and he steps up there for this one, and they're set up way out there on the outside. It's a Jal's in a kind of an interesting situation here because and there's a pass ball, and here comes Calvillo. The train was roaring down the tracks. Sound like Johnny Cash. I could hear the train coming, and he was headed down the baseline.
You don't want to get in front of that train either.
No, you don't. Even if you get him out.
Because you're probably going to drop the ball even if you have.
It's going to hurt. Calvillo don't know any other way but full speed ahead. And so now the runners are on second and third, so that takes the slammy away as an opportunity for Cerna. And he's also got a 2-0 count here. 2 balls, no strikes to Cerna. Runners on second and third. A 6-0 game, and my throat decided it wanted to get scratchy. And so, and that one almost got him. Came out of his hand kind of funny.
3-0.
JP got over a little closer to that box now. And so Cerna takes a look down at Almaguer, getting a sign. He threw up some crip signs or something, and there's a drive into left field. That sucker is absolutely hammered, and it is out of here, but it's about 20 feet left.
That's the longest foul ball I've ever seen.
The foul ball pole. He hit that sucker to Eric Swing's old house right down the road out there. And luckily for the Panthers, it was a foul ball, strike one. Wow, he absolutely roped that one. And then he reaches and swings at that one.
Gets him a full count.
A Royal with a really good pitch right there. Got Cerna leaning out over the plate. And
that'll make you look silly when you swing like that.
I was going to say that was a different hack. That didn't look like the swing before. Now here comes the next pitch. And he reaches out and does it again, and down goes Cerna. So a great pitching job there by the Jal Panthers Arroyo. And so that'll send us to the third, but not before the Cardinals add to their lead. It's now 6-0, Eunice over Jal. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lea County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lea County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lea County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. In fact, I would guess we're probably Eunice Cardinal and Jal Panther sports today. I didn't get the memo, but
I didn't. Yeah,
Redbird Garage
so I
is
don't
your.
have their their list of sponsors in front of me. But I'm guessing we're probably. I don't see anybody set up for Jal here today, so I'm assuming we're doing both.
Well, we're not talking bad about Jal or nothing.
No.
They're our partners to the south. We just want to beat them because we're Cardinals. You know.
Yeah, I probably have as good a connection with their community as I do with ours. A lot of times, I tell people all the time, man, if Jal's playing anybody but us,
then you go. Yeah.
I'm their fan.
Yeah.
Their number one fan, probably. You won't find anybody that cheers for them harder than me when they're not playing Eunice. But
so up to bat, Cash Taylor, number 9, their catcher today.
Cash Money Records taking over for the 99 and the 2000, and he fouls that one over into a car in the parking lot.
I might have heard glass break or something. I don't know.
Yep. Might have to run that down to Redbird Garage and get it looked at. As Cash steps back in there ready to go. Here comes the pitch from Cerna, and man, he He let that one go out of his hand, and it was moving, but it landed about 10 foot out in front of home plate for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Cash. Cash got a little bling bling on his neck. I can see it sparkling from up here. And
a swing and a miss.
Yep, for strike 2. So stepping back in there, ready to go. 1 ball, 2 strikes is your count. Here's the pitch. It's swung on. It's a little dribbler down the third base line. It's going to stay fair. Coming across the Serrano.
Couldn't get there.
He tried to scoop it and throw it across his body on the run, and his throw pulled Calvillo off the bag. Calvillo was smart to go ahead and come off and stop that ball to keep Cash from turning and headed for second. So Cash going to get a single out of that deal. It was a nice little chopper right down that third base line, so he'll stand over on first.
Bring up Christian Diaz, 15, pitcher.
Diaz is the pitcher today?
Yeah.
We've been saying Arroyo.
Well, hold on. Let me check.
It is Diaz.
Yeah,
huh?
it is Diaz.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've been saying
giving
Arroyo.
Arroyo credit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he probably didn't
Sorry,
want that.
Arroyo, because it wasn't a good start.
I was going to say he probably didn't want that 6
We'll move all those shuckses over to Christian Diaz, who's batting number 15.
It's a 1 ball, 1 strike here to Diaz. Cash standing on first base. Calvillo trying to hold him on over there. Cash ain't worried about him, though. He's going to get him a lead.
I know what happened. I was looking at the jersey number versus the
There's a bunt that heads over to the pitcher. Pitcher scoops it up and fires it over. They get Diaz, but the runner advances over to second now with 1 out.
Bring up number 7, Jayton Butts, the right fielder.
So Butts going to head to the plate.
Yeah, I was looking at that jersey number instead of the position number, and it's number 1, so
Gotcha.
that's how we had the mix-up.
That first pitch is outside. Oh, no, they call it a strike.
Okay.
We'll take it if you're a Cardinal fan. If you're a Panther fan, you're shaking your head on that one. But
Or fist or something.
Yeah, we like it. So 0-1. Here comes the pitch. It's in that same spot. And he called strike again.
Those umpires shaking it up there. They got the black shirts on instead of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
That way when everybody says, "Hey, blue," they don't even
acknowledge.
Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, there's a foul ball staying alive. That was kind of cool the way that ball hit the
Yeah.
netting up at the top. And then it's going to hang up right
Stay
over the
there.
jowl.
Almost went to the hole.
Yep. Yeah, it's like basketball.
Almost like a hole in one, huh?
Yeah.
Golf or basketball.
Taking it to the hole. So 0-2 is the count after foul balls, and that one's low and inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Butts.
And 1 out? Yeah, we got 1 out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The runner on second is Cash Taylor, and he's going to go, and that ball's fouled off into the parking lot.
So he just got some practice running down to third.
Mm-hmm.
Count remains 2-1. And this will be the first inning this is the first runner they've had on base.
Mm-hmm. I saw Tenley Acosta come up and sit down in the bleachers. Young lady that's on the New Mexico Junior College Rodeo team.
Yeah.
Doing some great things over there. Been winning some academic awards and whatnot. A great young lady. There's a swing and a miss, and down goes Butts. So 2 outs now. That runner still standing on second. And here comes a courtesy runner out of the dugout.
Yeah, then he's the pitcher. I guess they'll get him back, ready to start pitching.
So then we've got who do we have up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're top of the lineup again. Javier Santillan, the second baseman. He struck out his last at bat. He's a lefty.
So Javier Santillan heads to the plate, and he's going to take that first pitch for strike number 1. And on the throwback, it goes all the way out to second base.
They thought he was trying to steal, so they threw it out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all we can say anyway.
Yeah. Eunice staff trying to get that ball out of the.
And a bunt
Oh,
right
man,
down the
they
first
bunt that
baseline.
one right down the first baseline.
He said, "Here, let me just touch it."
And they do. Calvillo's going to scoop it up. He bunted it almost all the way to first base. Calvillo come down the line, picked it up bare hand, and then put the touch on him. And so that'll get us out of the third. Out of the top of the third. We move to the bottom of the third. The Cardinals 6, Jal 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated, located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice. They're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9, Elijah, and number 15, Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lea County athletics. Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006, delivers exceptional transport, pump truck, vacuum truck, and disposal services. Their commitment extends beyond business to supporting Lea County sports and academics. Parker Energy wants to empower young adults to succeed in sports, scholastics, and personal growth. Parker Energy, located at 2350 Avenue O in Eunice, proudly backs Lea County athletics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No more broadcasting coverage of Eunice Cardinals baseball here, where the Cardinals ready to start the bottom of the third, and they're leading here today 6-0. And up to bat will be Luis Zamora, number 9, our shortstop. He steps into the right-hand batter's box, and he takes that first one low for ball 1. And another one in the same spot for ball 2. 2-0.
I had a brief delay there. My mama was calling, and when your mama calls you, you drop
better
what
answer.
you're doing and you answer.
Yep.
So she was talking Easter dinners and
Oh, yeah,
whatnot,
and-
so that's important.
Now you talking about that's them mamas. They like to feed.
I'm telling you. We've got a list here of the JAL baseball, softball sponsors: Eunice Pump and Supply, JAL Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Full Coat Trucking, Iron Horse Sports Grill, Mamacitas, and Panther Energy. So shout out to those sponsors.
Yep. Well, make sure we cover them as we're doing both, I guess, now since. So
3 balls and a strike here, no outs. Here comes the next pitch.
Zamora down to first with a walk.
And that'll bring up 1-1. I believe that's Hassi.
Hassi our left fielder today.
So Hasiel heads up there, ready to go.
Checking his little number, whatever he's got in his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Give him the go ahead on what to do.
Zamora scooting away from first, and they throw back
Uh-oh.
to him, and
Got
he
him in
was
a rundown.
leaning. And now they've
He was
got him in a
leaning.
rundown, and there's
I think he's
nobody
gonna
on
make it.
first. He is, and now they overthrow.
He might have
And,
got back to
yeah.
second. He said, "I'll just wait here."
Zamora's like, I done did enough running. I ain't going. They overthrow first, or the pitcher who was covering first, and it goes all the way over toward their dugout.
But they didn't have their rundown set up properly,
Yep.
so or they probably would have got him.
Yep. The pitcher was late getting over there, and so anyway, Zamora's like, you know what? I'm gonna stand right here. And so
And
JP's out there talking to him, standing right there beside the first baseman.
and Goita's like, "Well, I'm still waiting on my first pitch, y'all."
Yeah. Well, they square around that time, going to bunt, and they're going to get him. That was an
Oh
awkward.
my goodness!
I think it was supposed to be a hit and run.
Yeah. They
I
got
think
him
that-
out on second.
Yeah. And so they're going to pick off Zamora. Zamora heads to the dugout. He kind of got a late jump. He started to go, and I think it was a hit and run. And when the ball didn't hit, he paused. and then he was way out there, so he took
gotta
off.
go.
Yep. So squaring away to fake the bunt is Hussey, and he's now got a 2-0 count. The pitcher, we've been saying Arroyo, which is actually Diaz.
Yeah, we looked at the numbers wrong here. It's my fault.
Diaz is on the hill. I didn't. Charlie, when I got here, boy, he was on top of things 100% today. He had the equipment set up, he had the rosters, he had everything. So I didn't even fill out my form. I started to, and then I thought, you know what? Charlie is the man, the myth, the legend. He has got it today.
So Guetta takes a walk down there.
In fact, if the second game doesn't end in time, I may run out of here and go judge some meat.
Yeah.
And once again, one of my favorite
pastimes,
local assignments is meat judging. There is nothing better than going out there
and if it's something that's real good, let me try that one more time just to make sure.
Yeah. Last year, I even started going up and like if I found something I liked, I'd go over. Like Ruben Acosta is always out there cooking, and man, I tell you, that guy can cook.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And a lot of times he'll, make me a whole plate or whatever. Man, I'm telling you, that is a good gig out there. If you're out there in the community and anybody ever asks you to go judge meat, you got to do it.
Go do it.
How are you, ma'am? Good.
So
good.
we got a pitching change for the Panthers there. Number 8 goes to the mound.
Yep.
That's Andre Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if the pitcher went out to short, but he was our
Kinda
shortstop.
looks like it because he's got that pink arm sleeve on.
Yep.
Yep. Anyway, get out there to the American Legion here in Eunice. A lot of
activities
stuff going on.
Yep.
Man, they've just got so many different things going on out there.
And all for a good cause.
Mm-hmm. My wife and I, and along with our friends Omar and Lizette Orozco, went to a concert last night. So we didn't get in till late, and then we had that pancake breakfast. So we went and ate like a midnight dinner or whatever you call it, an after midnight dinner. And so then we had to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go start cooking pancakes. And
that's always fun.
Had the Easter egg hunt with the city, and anyway, it took me a quick nap, and now we're here, and then from here we'll go to the Sean Berry and do some things out there. So shout out to those folks out there making that happen, especially the Gladdens and the Klauses. I know they're instrumental in keeping that thing alive. So many others, and I definitely don't mean to leave anybody out, but I know those two families do a ton of work to make that thing happen and to keep our friend Sean's
and have for many,
alive.
many years.
Yes. Yep. And Tinley Acosta was just in here. I know she's a recipient of that Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship. My girls have been recipients of that. In fact, Chloe's still receiving it right now, and so we appreciate them and all the things that they do. Oh, man. Wow, that was strange looking. Yeah, he almost it took the Lord out right there.
So we weren't giving Diaz credit for the pitching, but he was a pitcher. He went to short, and like I said, Andre Rodriguez came in to pitch.
Lord with a check swing at that one, and now he's got a 2-2 count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on first. And the Lord is at the plate.
Ready for some action.
Here's that pitch. It's swung on off his...
Defended it.
Yeah, off his knuckles, fouled. That's one of those painful swings that rattles your whole body when you catch one right there just above your knuckles. It'll vibrate your... What happened?
I was watching that third base, second base umpire throw that ball in.
Oh.
It looked a little strange the way you
did it. I missed it. I looked down. And there's a swing and a miss.
Goodness.
And then they throw it over toward first, and the ball actually rolled out there into shallow right field, but the Panthers able to cover it up and keep the runner from advancing. But down goes Lord.
And that'll bring up the top of our lineup, Isaac Morales.
So Morales with 2 outs, trying to keep our streak going here.
He was hit by pitch and had a fly out his last at bat.
We scored 5 in the first, 1 in the second. Got a runner on first here for this one, so trying to keep it alive.
And they've been trying hard to pick him off, too.
Yeah, for sure. So Morales steps back up there, ready to go. Here comes the pitch from Rodriguez, and they're going to test the arm.
And they got there.
And he is there pretty safely, way safely.
I believe that was a ball. Yeah, ball.
The crowd is slowly picking up a little bit here.
Yeah, they might have to go have a little lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe go check on the silent auction out there at the Legion.
That's right. Get out there and judge a little meat.
Mm-hmm. Start getting them bids in on some of that merchandise.
Yep. They started cooking meat out there at 5 or 6 o'clock this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been playing cornhole. I was watching some videos earlier of them playing cornhole.
I looked a little inside, but I'm off to the side over here, so it probably was over the plate.
A 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Morales. Runner on second. Stretching his lead out, and there's a foul ball right back over the top of us and into the parking lot. Or that's right over there. That always worries me when there's a game going, especially like when we get here, the JV game's going, we're coming into setup.
Yep.
When I'm walking right
Ball
there in that ticket
flying
booth
by.
area, there is nothing to protect you from taking one in the grill. I've often wondered how many people have taken one off the top of the noggin or whatever while they're standing down there talking, because there's always people in that ticket area standing around visiting.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Got that rock
boogie. Here we go. And that one's hit foul right back, and it's going to get into the netting, and it does. And now it's rolling toward the hole. Oh, and it gets hung up. Did they ever get that
other one off?
Yeah, they got the other one off a while ago. They went out there with that big hook. That one almost, I mean, that's like watching golf right there, like you said earlier.
A hole in one.
That one rolled around, had a little English on it, and came right back over by the hole. And there's a chopper over toward Short. Short going to scoop it up. He fires it across, and he's going to get him. And down goes Morales on the ground out. So for the first time this game, the Cardinals had to hiccup. The Cardinals are held to 0 in an inning as we move to the 4th. Your score, Eunice 6, Jal 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lea County athletics and academics.
Redbird Garage is your hometown local mechanic shop specializing in minor and major repairs from oil changes, car washes, brake work, AC repair, and so much more. For more information, call 575-394-8828. Call 575-394-8828. Redbird Garage, 1800 North Main Street is your hometown mechanic shop, committed to always doing what's right for you and your vehicle. Redbird Garage is a proud supporter of Lea County athletics and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. Here live in Eunice on a beautiful spring afternoon. It's a Saturday afternoon here in Eunice, a busy Saturday afternoon as it is Easter weekend. Lots and lots of activities going on around the community. And so the Eunice Cardinals here in this baseball game lead 6-0. The Lady Cards are across the way, just a little bit behind us. And over our right shoulder here, they're involved in a softball game, a doubleheader versus Loving. They lost the first one, I believe 7-0. I haven't, which I haven't checked either, but I haven't checked the score of the second game, so I haven't seen the score either.
And up to bat for Jal now is Zayden Lujan, number 2, their left fielder today.
So Lujan stepping up there. Did you tell me a while ago that Lujan is catching?
Yeah, he is one of them. But the other Lujan.
Taylor, Oh, is it a different Lujan? Seemed like Taylor was the one that usually catches for Joe, but
no, it is Cash Taylor.
Is it?
Yeah, Lujan's a left fielder.
So they're swinging that one over. The Luhans will be giving us a hard time, telling us we're calling their kid the catcher. I just thought about that. I thought, man, he's catching today.
Oh, let me look here. Yeah, I don't know. You know what it is? The jersey numbers I got in the spot, and his jersey number is number 2.
Oh, so
and I mix him and the pitcher
up. Yeah. Now that makes sense.
So that'll bring up Andre Rodriguez. He's the new pitcher for the Panthers.
So Rodriguez at the plate with a 6-0 deficit that he needs to slam one over the wall to about 6 times to do away with, and it's a good start as he hits that one over to right. And scooping it up and getting it back in quickly is Adon, and the Chow Panthers have a runner on first here to start this inning.
For Fernando Sauceda, 24. He's the first baseman for the Panthers today.
So Sauceda will step up there ready. Fernando Cerna. So the battle of the Fernandos. Fernando on the hill, Fernando at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Oh, and he beamed him, and it was the fastball.
Yeah, that's going to hurt.
And did it get him in the noggin? Or
I think it got him the shoulder, like the upper left shoulder.
Man. And the umpires tried to run over and check on him, and he was like, get away from me.
Get away, don't rub it. That brings up our main man, Mr. Adam Juarez, number 3, center fielder. Yep. He had a ground out his last at-bat.
Oh, Adam. I always pull for him. Just a neat young man for sure.
Yep.
So up there ready to go. A swing and a miss for strike number 1. So runners on first and second. 1 out. And Adam Juarez, the senior, up to the plate for the Panthers. Jow in the yellow jerseys here today, and Adam's going to bunt it. It's a good-looking bunt. He's going to be close. They fire it over, and now they throw it back in, and they get him. And a great throw there by Brito. Brito took off over to first. He covered first base for Calvillo, who was charging in on the bunt. Brito went from dang near second base all the way to first, made the catch, and then fired a rocket right back to home where they tagged the runner getting in there and get him out. So the double play there, and down go the Panthers as we move to the bottom of the 4th. Your score, Eunice 6, Jow 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
I'll give a shout out to those Jow sponsors right quick. Eunice Pump and Supply, Jow Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Fulco Trucking, Iron Horse Sports Grill, Mamacitas, and Panther Energy. And now to your Eunice sponsors.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red. BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lea County athletics and academics.
Okay, we'll go ahead.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice as the Cardinals lead 6-0. And the batter coming to the plate will be the senior Jose Calvillo. Calvillo going to head up to the batter's box. He's a lefty.
He was walked his first at-bat, didn't even get a chance at a ball, and then he hit a single in his last at-bat.
Yeah, they put him on his first at-bat. He was the second batter, I believe, of the game. The first batter walked, and then they walked him.
They hit him and
put him on.
Hit his helmet, the first one. Yeah.
On Morales. Morales got hit in the helmet. Calvillo, then they just looked at him and said, we don't want any of that. Let's put him on first base. And so, anyway, then
they got the bases loaded, and we got a grand slam.
Yes, yes. So Calvillo, man, I thought that was going to get him in the knee. Speaking of knees, Chloe scheduled surgery the second week of May on that knee, so she's
she's
trying
in
to
good
battle.
hands over there for sure.
Yeah, definitely a good group. If you hurt something, that's definitely a place to go. There's a chopper. Pitcher trying to get to it. He does, scoops it up, and down goes Calvillo on the ground out back to the pitcher. Got a Emmy Lujan sighting. He's sitting over in the bleachers, kicked back watching his son out there doing his thing.
I'll bring up Tyson Jones to bat.
Yeah.
Designated hitter today, lefty.
Oh, TJ. T-Man, Tyson Jones. Young man's had a great season so far. Just another neat young man. Anytime he steps to the plate, it's brought to you by Redbird Garage. As he's up there and ready to go. Here comes the first pitch, and it's in there for strike number one. With Emmy is the family over there. He's got everybody with him today. That one's fouled off, including my buddy Caden Lujan, 8th grade young lady that's she's a little athlete herself for sure. Definitely gets the Lujan genes. I watched her at the track meet the other day, and man, she's a long jumping, running machine for sure, and a great softball player too. As Jones takes that one right in the ham hock, he reaches down, kind of rubs it, and heads on over to first.
That'll bring up Andres Serrano, number 5. Eunice.
So, one out here as Jones now stands on first, and Serrano heads to the plate. Beautiful day here in Eunice. A little breezy, but for the most part, pretty nice. Temperature in the 70s. A lot of people out here getting some sun. And there's a drive into center field. It may be trouble. It is.
Yep.
And it's going to bounce over. And so the ground rule double for Serrano, and that'll put runners on second and third. You know, that ball came off the bat. It didn't look like it had that kind of juice behind it, but it just kept soaring. And the center fielder's first move looked like it was toward the home plate.
And then he backtracked.
Yes,
pretty
and then
quickly.
he went to backpedaling, and that ball just got over the top of him, and then it one-hopped right over that center field fence, which is probably 7-8 foot tall.
That'll bring up Misa Brito, our other lefty.
So Brito steps to the plate with one out and runners on second and third. He was limboing from that one.
So I don't want to get hit. I want to hit it.
Yep. So Brito, the 8th grader, we've talked a lot about him. Young man's had a great season. I mean, I'm always mentioning an 8th grader because there's a lot of folks who feel like 8th graders shouldn't or couldn't compete at the varsity level. I've seen it. I don't know how many years where either parents or coaches or administrators don't think that it's appropriate or whatever, and he is definitely a testimony that it can happen.
Yeah. Well, and especially because there is no junior high baseball.
Yeah.
If there was junior high baseball, then I might feel different about it. But
I wouldn't.
If
you're capable of getting out there and playing,
true.
I don't care if you're in kindergarten.
Yeah, I get it.
If you can get out there and if the rules of eligibility allow you to, and
Right.
I tell you what, something else that I think, and this will be another one of those Jimmy comments, but we have 6th graders at our middle school that don't get to compete in track or anything.
Right.
And they're in middle school, and unless they've changed the rules since I was coaching, which is very possible, 6th, 7th, 8th graders are eligible to compete at the middle school level. I don't know why we don't let those kids have an opportunity. Would it require some more coaches? Maybe. It might, but I don't know. I just look at it as we've got kids that are eligible and capable of competing, and we're not the only ones that do that, so it's not like this is some shocking news.
Right.
But And to me, the way a lot of these kids get to be, the reason Brito is an 8th grader out here competing very, very well with high school kids is because pretty much what he's done his entire life is play baseball.
Yep.
And he's been traveling around playing travel baseball and whatnot. And yeah, every weekend when he was little, I'd see his family's Facebook post, and he'd be in El Paso one weekend, and the next weekend he'd be in Dallas, and then he'd be in Lubbock, and it's what he's done. And that's what it takes to build that skill and talent that a lot of these, you look at a young man like Tyler Almaguer or Mason Caperton. I mean, that's what those kids did.
Yep. You got to put in the time.
Yes. And so there's a high fly ball in the left
He's already
field.
hit a grand slam
It
today.
is way back, giving him trouble,
and it
bounced off the wall. And so 1 run's going to score. The left fielder kind of got twisted. He was turning and spinning and stumbling, and the ball lands just behind him. And so Cerna almost bounced that one over.
Yeah. I thought he was going to hit another grand slam.
Yes, and he hit that ball. Man, I bet that ball was 2 or 3 times as high as the light poles. I mean, he hit it way up there.
That'll bring up Luis Zamora, number 9, with a loaded base situation as well.
And 1 out. A 6-0 game. Oh, I thought he got him. Nope. I thought he
Close.
did. Yep.
If he'd have grabbed his belly and said, ow, he would have probably been there.
He got it. Yep, you're probably right.
It was pretty close.
So bases loaded. And stepping up there ready is Zamora, and he takes that one outside for ball 2. 2-0 to Zamora. Shout out to those folks at my house. Ovi got back home late last night. Got a 4-day weekend, decided he would come in. He just took his last big flight test. It was a 6-hour flight test.
Wow.
He had said that it was probably going to be the toughest one he had his entire flight school, and so he's now completely done with flight school. He's finished that thing, and so he's still got a year of college to go, but he's finished the flight program part. And then he's going to put in here in the next couple of weeks. They select only a few, get the opportunity, but that seniors, they bring them in to teach at the at their flight school, and they would get to teach the younger boys or younger pilots. I'm sorry. There's a drive in the left center field.
Maybe 2.
One run's going to score. Here comes the other one, and he slides in safely under the throw, and now they're going to easily get the runner trying to head over to third. And so we score multiple runs there anyway.
2 runs come in on that. Called a double, I guess.
Yeah. The Cardinals now lead 9-0.
Yeah, Fernando Cerna was tagged out on third, I guess.
And so now the catcher is going to come out and talk to his pitcher a little bit about it.
We got Haziel Gott, number 11, coming up to bat.
While we've got just a second here, I had the station send me over an updated list of sponsors. Sometimes these change based on different reasons, but that's NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Services, Guns Up Services, Redbird Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, and Redbird Garage. And while I was announcing sponsors, we're going to steal third. Who was that stole third?
That would be Mr.
Zamora.
Zamora.
All right. So Zamora now stands on third.
Gorta with 1 ball, no strikes.
Haciel at the plate. Rodriguez on the hill for Jow. And that one's on that outside. I guess we'll strike right there anyway. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. It's a 9-0 game. If the Cards could put 1 more run on the board here, they'd have a chance in the next inning if they could hold it that way of wrapping this game up early. I think it's 10-5, right?
10-5, yeah.
Yeah, so So this is the bottom of the fourth. If they
Just
could
need a
score
base
one
hit.
more and then get a stop, their next trip out in the field, and it would end this game. And they call that one a strike, and so that goes the opportunity
so we're not gonna get that.
in that game. So the old baseball superstitious jinx just happened right there for sure. So with that said, as we move to the fifth, your score, Eunice 9, Jal 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Run down these JAL sponsors right quick. Eunice Pump and Supply, JAL Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Full Go Trucking, Iron Horse Sports Grill, Mamacitas, and Panther Energy. And now to our Eunice sponsors.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice, America. As the Eunice Cardinals lead 9-0, and we're in the top of the fifth. The Panthers will be at the plate. Eunice in the red jerseys, white pants is taking the field, and we've still got Cerna on the hill for the Cardinals.
Sebastian Arroyo coming up to bat for the Panthers.
Man, I have seen a number of people walking around holding puppies. I don't think I've seen so many baby puppies.
Puppy season.
Yeah, I guess it's puppy season. So we've got the birds and the cats out here playing on the field, and the puppies in the bleachers. And there's a knuckleball right off the knuckles.
Yep.
Cerna's going to scoop it up, fire it over to Calvillo, and down goes Jal's first batter.
Brings up Cash Taylor to bat.
And he is usually your catcher. Is
He
that
is
his
the
catching
catcher.
today?
He is the
Yep.
catcher.
Yeah, he is usually your catcher. He's a tough kid too. He's kind of Jal's version of Calvillo for Eunice. You know, he's a tough kid, strong kid, and a competitor for sure. So
Steps into that right-hand batter's box, ready to roll.
Cerna already on the hill, just looking at him. And so as soon as he steps in, here comes Cerna kicking and firing. That first pitch is high for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes here, no outs. Here comes the first pitch, swung on and missed for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike.
1 out, and a bunch of ones up there.
Definitely. Kicking and firing is Cerna. Here comes the pitch. It's right down the pipe. That's a strike, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Panther team, I'll probably create another jinx, but they just haven't been able to get anything going from the plate, and you contribute that to Cerna as down goes another Panther. How many Ks is that for Cerna?
That is...
He had 3 in the first inning, and then I quit counting them.
1, 2...
Stepping up to the plate, I believe that's Butts. Looks like Butts from here. Is that Butts? 15?
Yes, that is. No, Christian Diaz.
Oh, that's Diaz?
Yeah. He's the
right.
shortstop now.
Yeah.
He was the pitcher early
pitcher
on.
at the beginning. We've called him everybody except himself.
Well, he's number 15.
Yep. Yeah, that is true. Yep. So 9-0 is your score. Cardinals need to hold here, and then they need to come put a run on the board.
And there it is.
And there, down he goes.
Down
Another
he goes
strikeout.
swinging.
So strikeout number 7.
Number 7.
So the Cardinals will get a chance here if they can put 1 run on the board here as we move to the bottom of the 5th. This game could end early. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Give a shout out to these JAL sponsors: Eunice Pump and Supply, Panther Energy, Mamacitas, JAL Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Fulco Trucking, and Iron Horse Sports Grill. And we'll turn it over to the Eunice sponsors. We'll be right back.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice. As the Cardinals lead 9-0, we're moving to the bottom of the fifth.
And Dyson Lord coming up.
On the weekend of the Lord, we've got the Lord coming to the plate. We'll see if he can get on base and deliver us that game-winning trip across home plate and end this game early.
Mention a couple of sponsors we didn't have on our board here would be the Thomas Welding for the Eunice Cardinals and Badger Hydrovac. Let me get our board updated.
Yeah, for those that don't know, we have we call it a board. It's a sound board that we carry around with us that has those commercials in them, and they have to be loaded in there, and so sometimes when you get new commercials, for some of those folks, for Ty Friend with Hubs and TJ and Don for Lovington or whoever they might be covering, it's pretty easy because they work in the station all day. They're able to just carry this stuff right to work with them and load all that stuff in. For us, we're not regularly at the station.
Regularly everywhere but the station.
Yeah, and we don't live in Hubs, so just running the board by to get it updated is not always easy. So sometimes man. He almost got delivered to first base.
Yeah.
He decided he'd rather get out the way real quick, and I don't blame him. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Lord. And no outs here, the bottom of the fifth. Lord at the plate, and he swings and misses, and down goes the Lord, and the catcher dropped the ball. And Lord didn't take off. And now go. If Lord had taken off,
he might have got there.
Yeah. The catcher dropped the third strike. Lord swung and missed. The ball hit the glove. And then the catcher, when he dropped it, it hit the ground. And then
he threw it out to second.
Yeah, he threw it to third on going to throw it around the horn like they do after a strikeout. And Lord was already walking toward the dugout, and Almaguer was giving him an earful, so he turned and started down first base and actually was within about 10 feet of getting there.
Yeah. Brings us to the top of the lineup with Isaac Morales.
Morales going to hit that right at the second baseman, and they fire over and get him, and so down goes Morales. These Cardinals are destined to play a full game here.
Yeah.
So that'll bring up Jose Calvillo.
With 2 away. See if they walk him.
I would guess with nobody on, they probably won't, but you never know.
We'll just get up there and hit it over the fence, sir. We'll take it.
Yeah,
that'll be a walk-off home run right there.
Absolutely.
Instead of the balk-off we had a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a new one. I've never seen that before, and he takes that first pitch for strike one, and Calvillo turned around, looked at the ref, and smiled. And
I don't think I can reach that one.
He's still having comments for him. I don't know what he said. But
like, really?
I don't think he liked the call. And
okay.
Oh, wow. That pitch looked better than the first one, I thought.
Yeah, that one looked like that first pitch looked like it was pretty far outside to me.
Yeah, and Calvillo turned around and looked and said something else. It looked like and that one's outside.
He didn't call that one.
So 2 balls, 1 strike.
That one looked like the same spot as that first pitch.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess sometimes you blink.
2-1. Well, and I often talk a lot of smack, but from up here, you got an idea.
We got a little different angle.
But it is a different angle, and I constantly talk smack to umpires.
Well, you got to.
Because that's what you're supposed to do when you go to sporting events.
And you
contrary to some of them softies' beliefs.
that's why they quit wearing blue shirts.
That's
I guess.
right.
So you ain't gonna call and say, "Hey, blue" to me.
Calvillo with a big swing and a miss for a full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Calvillo knocked a couple of holes in the home plate with his bat. He wasn't happy about that
We're
swing.
gonna need a new home plate. Keep that up, bud.
Here comes the next pitch, and he swings and down he goes.
He's definitely not happy about that strikeout.
Down goes Calvillo, and as we move into the the top of the 6th, the Cardinals lead 9-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Did you know that Cardinal
Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. Here live in Eunice, we're in the top of the 6th, the Panthers at the plate. That first pitch is in there for strike number 1. Is this Butts?
And this is Butts. Jayden
right.
Butts, number 7, right fielder.
So Butts swings and misses at first pitch for strike number 1. And that next pitch is going to be high and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Butts. A 9-0 game. The Cardinals just hadn't been able to get that last run so that they can end this one early. And there's a swing and a foul ball that heads right over almost into the dugout. It sent a whole bunch of Panthers who
They
were
were
doing
ducking and clucking over there.
the traditional baseball pose that everybody does, standing at the front of their dugout, leaning on the wall. It sent them all scrambling and diving out of the way. So, and Butts.
Wow.
Man, that pitch was way inside, and Butts took a swing
I don't
at
know
it.
why, but he did.
I thought it was going to hit him. It was a fastball, and anyway, down goes Butts on the strikeout. And that'll bring Rodriguez, I think, is who that is.
No,
No?
Javier Sontillan.
Oh, okay. So that's back to the top of the lineup. Man, we're butchering Gel's lineup today. I'm trying to guess them.
I got them over here written down, so it's a little easier. But I still messed up the pitcher. Lujan's probably waiting till this game's over and come up here and put a knot on my head. But.
And that first pitch is outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, and an out here in the 6th.
Yep.
Just got a notice on my phone. The final in the Loving
Foul
Eunice
ball,
game number 2. Loving 20, Eunice 2.
Wow. Yeah. It's hard to compete against Loving softball.
It is. It absolutely is.
For sure.
They are tough. I think the Cardinals are ranked number 3 in the state right now, and Loving, gives them the business. 20-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Santillan, and he swings and fouls that one off, trying to stay alive.
That's that Bee Gees song,
Yep.
Staying Alive.
Yep. Once again, remember the Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship Dance and Cook-Off and all of that going. There's a drive towards center and then going to scoop it up and throw it across his body. Oh,
not in time.
man.
Couldn't get it there quite in time. He got a That'll get him a base hit.
Zamora was able to get a hold of that ball out there basically in shallow left center field, fired it across over to Calvillo. Calvillo did the freaking splits. He looked like he was on the gymnastics
Yeah, he
team,
did.
and it was a bang-bang play, and the call was safe.
So 1 out for Zayden Lujan up to bat for the Panthers.
Zayden takes that first pitch inside for ball 1. Runner on first, Lujan at the plate. Zhao trying to keep this game going and keep it from ending early, and there goes the runner, and bobbling it was Morales, and so now Javier stands on second base.
For ball 2.
So Lujan will step up there. I keep smelling some of them burgers.
I know, smelling pretty good
yeah,
over
every
there.
now and then it blows in. I don't know if it comes through the air conditioner or what, but I get a little breeze of burger. Then I start thinking about the meat judging, and
You don't want to eat a burger here and then try to go out there.
yeah, because they'll bring you when you're. Lujan's going to earn the walk because he heads over to first. Yeah, they'll bring you that meat, and you can basically gather as much as you want while you're sampling. And oh yeah, you don't want to go in there with a full belly. I can assure you. You're not a very good meat judge if
That's
you got
right.
a full belly when you get there.
But Andre Rodriguez up to bat for the Panthers.
Yeah. And Morales going to step out from behind home plate and run out and visit with his pitcher, Cerna.
Cerna doing good. I think that was his first walk
Yeah.
he's done today. Rodriguez had a strikeout on his first at bat in the first inning.
Yeah.
And then the last inning, or the fourth inning, he had a single. So, see how he does here.
Yeah, shout out to Jared Gladden. He said they're listening out there at the Legion, the Sean
All
Barrett
right.
Memorial Scholarship, dance, cook-off, cornhole, silent auction.
Got it all going on.
Man, I'm telling you, and I was watching XN's post earlier with all the silent auction items. I keep mentioning it, but, man, they had some really neat stuff. Yeti coolers, Yeti tumblers, Yeti.
Even if you don't like to eat or dance, you can go out there and get your bids in.
Man, some knives, like handmade knives, guided fishing trips, salon visits.
Trouble.
Up and heading for home on the overthrow.
And let him have a run.
Oh, and they're going to get safe, and so the Panthers are going to score a run while I'm talking about barbecue. And so now it's a 9-1 ball game. And the Panthers got a Lujan standing on second in scoring position. And who do they have batting?
The Panther is it Andre Rodriguez. He's got, I think, a ball and a strike.
He swings at
Oh,
that
2
one
strikes.
for 2 strikes now. Yeah, just a great group out there running that Sean Barry Memorial, keeping Sean's memory alive. And
Oh, my goodness.
and Cerna missed that one. And the Cardinals, and they do get him.
Got him.
But it was a close play. Cerna kind of thought it was going to hop, and it didn't hop, and he picked his glove up, and it rolled right under it. That was that alligator that you talk about
Yeah,
every now and
use
then.
that alligator, boys.
That's right. So 2 outs here. The runner is now on third, though.
For Fernando Sauceda, number 24, first baseman.
So this is some Fernando versus Fernando crime here, as Fernando Cerna on the hill for the Cardinals and Fernando Sauceda batting for the Panthers, and a swing and a miss for strike number 1.
And he had a ground out and hit by pitch his last 2 at bats. So,
He check swinged at that one,
yeah,
and they're going to
went a
call
little
him
too
on the
far,
check
didn't they?
swing.
Panther
The,
fans not
they
real
did
happy
not
about
like
that
it.
one.
They instantly went to booing and hollering. They did not like the call on the check swing.
There's no first base.
Yeah, as
So
he's rotated over to the second and third base side of
ooh,
the.
backed him off on that one.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Lujan standing on third with a big lead. Nobody holding him on. And there's
And
a
a
swing and a
swing.
miss. And down he goes. And down go the Panthers in this inning as we move to the bottom of the 6th. Your score, Eunice 9, Zhao 1. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Go ahead and give a shout out to those Panther Jowl Panther sponsors: Eunice Pump and Supply, Jowl Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Fulco Trucking, Iron Horse Sports Grill, Mamacitas, Panther Energy for Jowl Sports. And then the two that's not on our board here for the Eunice Cardinals are Badger Hydrovac and Thomas Welding. And then we'll kick it over to our sponsor commercials.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards! Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage. Eunice Cardinal and Jowl Panther Sports here. We're in the bottom of the sixth. Eunice leads 9-1. They need 2 runs here to end this game early. A little between innings action there as Cash Taylor took a fastball off the cup and during the warm-up, and he immediately went to all fours. And you know, it's never funny when somebody gets hurt. At the same time, if you've ever had that happen as a man, you can't help but kind of giggle. Even his coach come out and kind of had like a smirky smile on his face when he was checking on him, because I guarantee you, I caught for years when I was a youngster, and even with a cup, you take a fastball that skips off the cup,
It'll make you say ouch.
It'll rattle your insides and make you think about it.
Tyson Jones takes that ball once.
Yes, he did, and he might have needed his cup, as that one was mighty close on the inside there. So 1 ball, no strikes to Jones. Rodriguez on the hill for the Panthers. Here comes the pitch, and that one's going to get Jones. And Jones has been hit a couple of times. He took one in the ham hock earlier, and he got that one right in that. I'm hoping it hit that little shin guard thing he's got.
Pretty shin guard.
Yeah.
Brings up Andreas Serrano.
Serrano hit a ground rule double. I don't know if that was
Bounced
his last
over.
his bat.
It was.
So he bounced one over on the ground rule, and so Jones. Oh, they're going to send a courtesy runner in for Jones, trying to see who that is. And number 6, do we have a 6?
6 would be Isaac Melanson.
Okay. That's the young Melanson.
Yep, that's
right?
the young one. Yep.
The 8th grader, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I watched him run the hurdles. He's pole vaulting too, but I watched him run the hurdles the other day, the 300 or the 110 hurdles, and man, he did a really, really good job. 3-stepped. He's got to work on some form and some technique, but he 3-stepped 3/4 of the hurdles, and for a middle school kid, that's
pretty
really,
good, huh?
really, really good. And he's going to take off on that first one as he was headed for second. And it gets fouled off by Serrano. Melanson, the name Melanson.
Well, there's some athletes in that family.
Absolutely.
It definitely runs in the family.
They've got that historic tie to Jowl.
Mm-hmm.
As, there's Melanson athletes still at this time playing for Jowl, but that part of the family decided to move north, and they dropped their Crip blue set and joined the Reds.
The Bloods.
Yep. So they moved up here, and they're going to throw back over to Melanson.
Yeah, I'll never forget when I worked for old Parker for a little while, and Jake worked over there, and he was still living in Jowl at the time. And man, Penny gave us all a Cardinal shirt one day, and she said everybody has to wear them. Yeah. And as soon as he put it on, everybody took pictures of him.
Yeah.
But now I imagine he's got a few of those Cardinal shirts.
Yeah, he's a true blue Cardinal guy now.
He even helps coach football.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely.
We got him embedded down here.
Yeah. Yeah, a great family and a great athletes. I mean, all the Melancons, not just the ones here, the ones in jail as well. I mean, just a great group of people. So.
And we'll do that with anybody that wants to has some good athletes want to move down here. We'll embed you quickly.
That's right. I mean, shoot, Eunice Pump and Supply sponsors a lot of your stuff down there. You might as well come on up.
Pass the ball, get that runner down to second.
So Melanson going to turn there at second. He easily steals on the pass ball. So now Melanson in scoring position. If he could score at ×2 here, we could end this ball game. So if Serrano could just, instead of bouncing
right over the
just
fence,
hit it over, and it'd be a walk-off 2-run shot, would sure make a nice ending here. Be a storybook ending. Here comes the pitch. It's driven right at the umpire.
Yeah,
the umpire was bobbing and weaving.
But I believe
making
we're
the turn is
coming
Melanson, and he's going to easily stroll across home plate. And the ump pointed at home. It almost looked like he missed home plate. I think he did. See, he's going to run back over there and step on it. He grabbed the bat, too. He steps on it twice.
Just to be sure.
Yeah, I thought he missed home plate when he was coming in. I wasn't going to reach out my head out the press box and yell it. But anyway, so 10-1. Right. The winning run stands on first in Serrano. And coming to the plate is Brito, the 8th grader. I was about to call him a freshman and promote him already. And they're going to have the courtesy runner come in for Serrano. Trying to see who this one is.
That'll be number...
Is that one? That may be the Lord.
No, yeah.
Who is 1?
Is that 1 or 11?
Tyson Coy.
Tyson Coy.
That is Coy. All right. So Tyson Coy heads out there.
Number 13.
Man, I watched him in the track meet the other day, and, man, he's fast. And
that's all he needs.
He long jumped and qualified for state in the long jump with a jump of, if I remember right, like 19.8.
Wow.
And, and I got to talking to him. That was only like the second track meet he's ever long jumped, and basically no practice.
If I flew 19 feet, there'd be some explosives involved in it or something.
You'd pull a hammy just thinking about flying 19 feet, huh? So, Coy, man, he can run. He's a jumper too, and in the long jump, one of the key things, and just one of those things that I've learned through the years. One of the key things in the long jump is the landing. Right. And how you land. And what I've always been told by those different coaches and trainers that we would take Chloe to is that if you're landing in a squatted, seated, or a standing position, that you're probably costing yourself at least a foot and maybe 2
forward,
or more.
Heading, like leaning forward.
Yeah, you land in you want your heels to make contact with the sand first, reached out, and then you want to slide those through and replace them. And he lands in a squatted position on his feet in the sand. And, man, I tell you what.
So there's more there then, that's what you're saying.
If he could figure the landing out, he's a 21-foot long jumper, I guarantee you. No doubt, 100%, he's a 21-foot long jumper if he could figure the landing out. But that's not always easy. It's tough to do that landing. If you go over to the junior college and you watch their long jumpers and triple jumpers, they will spend literally half hour to an hour every single practice specifically working, doing those landing drills. And the reality of the matter is at the high school level, we don't spend much time working on those things. Those are just not things that we focus on much. Not a knock on anybody. We've just got, we don't have very many kids that just go do one event. Yeah. And so they go, and at the college level they do. And so, anyway, so all of that to say we got a 10-1 score. And
we got a strikeout on Brito, and that'll bring up Bubba Cerna to bat.
It looks like we might have another pitching change here as Rodriguez leaves the hill. And it looks like they might be bringing in our guy Adam from center field. He's jogging in. We got the music playing in the background, the Wild Thing. And here comes Adam
He
jogging.
is kind of a wild thing.
Oh,
Adam.
yeah. I mean, shoot, any guy that can be the prom king. I mean, he can step up there and throw that ball a little bit as him and his coach are out there visiting. Once again, a shout out to all those folks out there, specifically the Gladdens, Jared, Exan, that whole family. I'm sure Randy and all of that group helps as well, and the Klauses, so many others. I guarantee you, I'm skipping a ton of them. The Berry family and just so many others, but man, keeping Sean's memory alive. They've got the Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship. They've got the dance. They've got the cornhole. They got the meat cook-off thing. They usually, I don't know what they're doing this year. I'll know here in just a few minutes. They usually do ribs and like a brisket or different things. And man, you talk about the best gig that I've ever fell into. Being asked to come out there and judge some meat is I'm one heck of a meat judger, I guarantee you.
I could eat a bunch of meat. I don't know how good a judge I would be. Like, it's all good.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's always hard. Like if you're the because they draw and assign you like which one you're going to taste in certain orders. It's always hard if you're that first person, that first person that gives you the meat. You're like, you know what? That's some good meat right there. I like that meat, but I can't I can't give that guy a 10 or that lady a 10 with her meat until I've sampled some other meat. You really don't know how good the meat is.
So do you have to give them a number right then and there?
Well, no, you can rank them at some point, but it just is tough for that first person because you're like, okay, well, here we go. Now, sometimes that meat, sometimes when you get some real good meat and you know it, then you don't need any extra meat. But, in order to know if it's good meat or not, sometimes you got to sample some other meat to go, hey,
see if that one was any good.
That's great meat right there, but let me sample a couple other meats and just see if I was just a fluke and that meat just surprised me or what.
If it was really good meat.
Yeah, but they got some good meat out there. So get out there to the
American Legion.
Yeah, my brain went blank to the Legion.
Well, Ty Chandler be out there running around, I imagine.
Yeah,
he's out there probably cooking. I imagine he's probably in on it.
I guarantee you the Costas are out there.
And they just walk Cerna.
They're just going to put him on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
I don't either.
Hit one over to Carlsbad earlier with her grand slam, and
that'll put runners at the corners. They're going to get him a runner. Who's that? Number 7? That'll be Lucas Lopez.
All right. Another youngster. I believe that's another 8th grader. Several 8th graders on this Eunice Cardinal team that do some things, and now that we move another one over.
And now we'll have a number.
Did they walk 2?
Oh, they sure did. Because that brings up Hasiel Guata. I guess they walked Zamora too.
Wow.
Why would they do that? They walked the bases full.
Yeah, with 1 out. That's an interesting call there. All right. Well, an interesting call there.
He's put some pressure on our man.
I was going to say it'll either make things look really good or really bad here. As now the bases are loaded,
yeah,
1 out.
Put some pressure on Adam down there. Let's just load him up for you, sir.
A 10-1 game. Adam's first pitch is high for ball number 1.
And only 1 out. I don't know if it make any sense.
Yep. Definitely an interesting situation here as they walk the bases loaded back to back.
Almaguer seems to be happy with that choice.
I guarantee you. Yeah. There's the next pitch, swung on and fouled off. If Hasiel could put the ball in play, this game would be over right here. And
you can squirt it between second and short out there.
Yeah, shoot, he can land it anywhere.
Of course, the outfield is way in.
Oh, man, look at them. Yeah, they're standing dang there on the dirt.
I don't think I've ever seen an outfield that close in.
Yeah, and especially where they just walk 2 people to load the bases, and that pitch is in there for strike. So 2 strikes here to Hasiel.
That means they got some confidence in our man Adam out there.
Yep. I'm not sure I wouldn't just bunt that last run in and call it a day, but who knows. Hasiel steps up there. You're not now with 2 strikes, but here comes the next pitch. It's down the middle. Chipper right down the third base line, and it's going to go foul. As on his horse was Coy. He was headed home trying to send everybody back to the dugouts to end this first game. Reminder, this is a doubleheader. There's another game coming up after this one.
Scheduled to start at, what, 3:30?
I think that's right. I'm hoping that they get this one over and get it going. I'd like to stick around for the whole one, but I may not if, because once again, I got to get into my professional meat
judging.
judging.
That meat judging deal.
Yeah, when you got an opportunity to go sample
Taste
some meat,
you
got to do that. There's a lot of things you pass on, but
you don't pass on
getting some good meat is not one of those things that you want to pass up the opportunity to do. And so here we go. Next pitch is low and outside.
Full up the count right there.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 3-2-1. Usually
contact.
Yep.
Or a walk will be okay too.
Yep.
Hate it for my buddy Adam, but
Yep. So Adam's on the hill. Haciel at the plate. Here comes the pitch. It's hit high up over the first baseman. First baseman trying to get to it. Him and the catcher almost collide.
For a foul ball.
And the ball hits the turf. The catcher and the first baseman give each other the stink eye.
Isn't that like call the ball, kind of like in volleyball or something like that?
Yeah, I mean you gotta do that.
I got it.
And who knows? I can't hear in here, especially with
they might have both called it.
They might have been calling it, but anyway, it landed right in between them as they were both running for it and trying to avoid each other. So 3-2-1 again. Here comes the pitch. A swing on, a chipper, and they're going to say that was a foul ball. And so
Adam quick over got he had a hand. He had that ball in hand before they even threw the foul sign up.
He was moving, no doubt. So 3-2-1 again after another foul ball. He fouled that one kind of off his own leg, and it went into play after it went off his foot or leg. And so here we go again. Full count, 1 out, bases loaded. Winning run standing on third. And a swing and a miss, and down goes Haciel as Adam, our broadcast partner, comes on, and after walking too intentionally, he gets his first strikeout and keeps this game alive and keeps his Panthers alive.
And that'll bring up Dyson Lord.
And it looks like Coach Almager is going to come out and sub.
Yeah, so here, let me hit.
Yeah, they're going to send in a substitute here to bat.
Okay. Who we got?
Trying to see who this is. Is it Nick? All right. So Nick is going to come out and bat in place of Lord.
I don't even think he's on my roster.
That is Nick, I believe.
Nick Hernandez?
Yeah. So Nick steps up there. I'm assuming that's Nick. He's up there with the bases loaded, 2 outs. He could end this game with one swing of his bat. Kind of like Achilles. He could end that war over there with one swing of his sword. Well, this young man could end this ball game with one swing of his bat right here today. Bases juiced. Here comes the pitch from Adam, and it's low and outside, and the catcher did a really good job of keeping that one in front of him.
That could have been trouble.
Or they'd have had a speedy Coy headed across home plate. Adam, a lot of pressure on him right here, trying to keep this game moving into the 7th inning. 10-1 is your score. 10 runs ahead would end this game. And Nick fouls that one off. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. We are in the bottom of the 6th. No, I'm sorry, the top of the 6th. What is it? Is this the 7th?
This is the 6th, bottom of the 6th. Yeah, bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, that's right. My brain just lost it. Oh, wow, that was a foul ball.
Oh, my goodness.
that ball went behind. The pitch was thrown behind the batter. He leaned over to let it go behind him.
And it hit the bat.
And it hit his bat.
Got to drop that bat.
Yep. Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We got the rock boogie oogie.
He thinks.
Yeah,
They're glad too. Here we go. We need a little
magic here.
A little magic.
A little something.
See if we can make it happen. Here comes the pitch, and it is outside.
That'll
for ball 3.
Full up the count again for a money pitch.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 10-1 game. A walk ends this with a Cardinal win.
And an out puts it to the
Sends us
7th
to
inning.
another inning.
Yeah.
And he stays alive.
Staying
Fouls
alive.
that one right into the Jal Panther dugout. The coach over there made a good bare hand grab. Coy was already headed for home.
Yeah, he was just about there.
Yep. Here we go. Everybody back in the same position, same count, same everything. A run and the game is over. An out. And we move on. He hits it in play. It goes to the second baseman. Second baseman scoops it and fires it over, and they get him. And so that'll move us to the 7th.
Move us to the 7th.
As we move to the top of the 7th, your score, Eunice 10, Jal 1. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lea County sports and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice today. Want to give a couple of shout-outs here, a couple of sponsors that we need to make sure that we mention for sure. Thomas Welding Services and Badger Hydrovac. Just a couple of great folks that do great things for our community, so we appreciate you for sure. Also, yesterday was the Eunice Chamber Banquet. The Chamber of Commerce puts on their banquet every year. Did something a little different this year. Had like a magician that was really neat that came in, and a pretty neat deal, and made it more like kind of an entertaining. It was a casino theme,
that's cool.
And so pretty cool deal. They gave out a lot of awards to different businesses and whatnot. A ton of these folks that we mention here in our list of sponsors, including Eunice Pump and Supply, got awards. NMR Pipeline, just so many great folks in our community that do great things.
Oh yeah, they sponsor just about everything that goes on in Eunice.
Yeah, absolutely.
For kids and
everything, kids, adults. And I guarantee you some of those same folks will be right out there involved in this Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship dinner, dance, all this, or not dinner, but dance and cornhole and all the things that are going out there today. Reminder that silent auction is going on all day. Get out there.
Some merch.
That's right. Get you a bid on some things.
Our main man, Adam Moore, is up to bat with 2 strikes already. He's behind a little bit.
0-2 count to Adam. Cerna trying to finish this one off on the hill, and that ball's just a smidge.
As Rosendo would say,
yep.
A smidge
outside. Shout out to our guy Rosendo. He was doing some family stuff this weekend, and down goes our guy Adam
on an ugly strike. Sometimes those pitches will make you do that.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you have someone like Cerna that can throw it as hard as he does, because he'll throw that fastball right by you, and then all of a sudden he throws the big breaking ball that's way slow, and you're leaning the wrong direction and swinging at the same time, and it just looks odd.
Brings up Sebastian Arroyo to bat for the Panthers.
He's got an 0-1 count, and then he takes that one for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to number 1.
1-1-1.
Yeah. In a 10-1 game. Here comes the pitch. It swung on, hit over towards second. It's going to find the field right out there in left center. Kind of took a funny hop as it hit the turf, but they get it back in pretty quick. And so a single there.
Bring up Cash Taylor, catcher today.
Yep. So that'll bring Cash to the plate with a runner on first. 1 out. And he'll step up there ready to go. at this point, I think the run count or whatever is other than just for your pride doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, now, not to say they couldn't come score 9 runs, but what I'm saying is it's not going to determine whether the game doesn't end this inning because this is the final inning.
Final inning. They're going to they're just out there. And, you know, the thing about the Panthers, they have not they're playing all the way through.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any defeatism in them out there at all.
Yeah. Oh, and that one's inside.
You know, I've seen things where they get down by 6 or 8, and you can just see the difference in the way they play, and not so here today. They've been doing it all the way.
Yep. So there's a pitch that gets away from the catcher, heading into second, sliding in there Pete Rose style, head first.
Sebastian Arroyo with that slide into second.
So here in Eunice, a busy weekend. Last night you had the chamber banquet. Today, the pancake breakfast for the Booster Club this morning. The Easter egg hunt for the city. Then you got girls softball doubleheader versus Loving across the street. Over here you got a doubleheader versus Jow. You've got the Sean Berry Memorial stuff going on. There's a foul ball. So Cash trying to stay alive here. Speaking of Cash, get out there to the Sean Berry Memorial and throw a little of your cash around out there on the silent auction.
For a very good cause.
A great event put on by great people in memory of my friend Sean, a great, great guy.
So with that strikeout to Taylor, let's bring up Christian Diaz for the Panthers.
So Diaz represents what could be the final out of this ball game. With 2 outs here, Diaz steps in there, a runner on second, and he swings at that first pitch for strike number 1. Back up on the hill quick is Cerna. Swing for strike number 2. Making quick work here is Cerna, trying to get the complete game. Here comes the next pitch, and there goes the runner. And it was a late throw, and it's going to go all the way into left field. You know, by the time Morales let that ball go, Morales, you know, he kind of double pumped.
We should have had it back.
and the runner was going. I mean, the runner took off before the pitcher had even released the pitch.
And he was already there before he even threw the ball.
And Morales, when the ball hit his glove, went to the ground. So then he picked it up, had to kind of crow hop to the side, and down he goes. And that'll end the ball game on the strikeout from Cerna. And how many strikeouts?
So Cerna ended up today with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 strikeouts.
10 strikeouts for Cerna in the win. The Cardinals get the win 10-1. A great win for the Cardinals. You know, we'll have the game number 2 of this doubleheader will get started here. You know, probably, I think they had it scheduled to start at, was it 3 or 3:30?
Well, maybe 3. But maybe 3:30, but probably about as soon as they get everything
ironed out and rested for a couple of minutes. And I see the umps headed for the field house.
Like I'm going to go down here.
Yeah, go over and take it easy for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So anyway, game number 1, the Cardinals with a 10-1. Or no, it ended up 10-2.
10-2.
They scored right there at the end. 10-2 game. The Cardinals with the win. We'll take a brief break, and we'll be back ready to move on with game number 2 here in a few minutes. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal and Jal Panther Sports here live in Eunice, getting ready to start game number 2. And on the hill, I believe that looks like a Wilson sighting that I'm having.
It's a big old, tall Ethan Wilson.
Big double deuces on his back there, 2-2, as Ethan Wilson will be on the hill for the Cardinals.
And the first batter up for Jal will be Javier Santillan, number 6.
And so Santillan heads up there. He's going to be in that left-handed batter's box. The Cardinals won game 1, 10-2. And we're getting ready to get started with game 2. And the pitcher is 2-2. So lots of twos here.
A lot of twos up there.
So here comes the first pitch. And that attempt to bunt was missed for strike number 1. So big 2-2 on the hill. Ethan going to kick and fire this pitch toward home. And that one's fouled off. Check swing over the backstop.
Over to Senator Gallegos' front yard.
Yes, that is where it was headed. So the Lady Cards lost 2 in their doubleheader to Loving across the street.
Loving is just a tough play.
Definitely. And there's a check swing,
and
that's going to stay
wow.
fair. I'm sorry. And he's going to turn and head for 2.
He's going to get 2 out of that.
They're going to fire it in and a double. Oh, wow.
That was a heck of a way to get on second, but he made it.
Yeah, that was an interesting, I guess you could call that a slide. It was more
slide,
like a fall.
And then he fell down and landed right on his butt. I bring up Zayden Lujan to bat for the Panthers, number 2 batter.
So Zayden he's number 2.
Yep.
With a runner on 2 and big 2-2 on the hill.
A lot of twos.
In game number 2.
In game number 2.
So here comes the first pitch. It's right down the pipe for strike number 1. And the catcher, Morales, he did that a few times in the first game. He throws it to second base on his.
He's just practicing. Get it out there.
Yeah. Back on the hill is Wilson. He's going to rock and fire that one down the middle. Wilson, he's going to hit it right up over the head. And they do get it. That's Brito, who makes a heck of a play, comes in, one hops it, and then fires it over to first. That ball was hit just between the pitcher and the second baseman, kind of a little
very shallow hit.
Yeah. It was just out of the reach of an extremely long Wilson. He couldn't quite get a glove on it. And so coming up was Brito.
And coming up to bat, Andres Rodriguez for the Panthers.
So Andreas steps up there ready. Runner on second, 1 out. We're in the top of the first here in game number 2. He takes that first pitch for ball number 1. That young lady's got her a whole bucket of ketchup. She left.
She's delivering. I didn't know they'd done deliveries down there.
I was going to say she left to go to the concession stand and came back with a Dr. Pepper and one of those little containers that they hold nachos in, full to the top with ketchup.
Well, some people like a lot of ketchup.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of ketchup. That's what the big tomato said to the little tomato.
Yeah.
Ketchup.
Ketchup, boy.
So there's the pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 1. 2 balls and a strike. Once again, game number 2, 3:30 is the time here on the clock. Get out to the
American Legion
and support the Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship. Got a lot of activities going on out there today.
Dance a little later.
Yeah, got the dance tonight. They've got bouncy houses and some food trucks parked up out there. I don't know exactly what all food trucks, probably snow cones and who knows what else. A lot of things going on out there today. Have the meat cook-off thing going on. I'll be judging some meats here in just a little bit.
Full count.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
To Rodriguez.
With a runner on second. Just trying to look at his hands and see if he did that
split.
Yeah, the thing that I've been seeing.
The gap. I guess we can call it a gap.
Yeah, I just never seen that until this year.
Oh.
There's a late swing and a
Way
miss.
late. The ball was already in the glove before he swung, I think.
And down goes Rodriguez, and that is 2 outs here in the first.
For Fernando Sauceda, number 24.
So now we'll have
He's their first baseman.
Wilson versus Saucedo. Runner on second, 2 outs. Runner on second's like, hey, can you help me out here,
I need to
Saucedo?
ride in.
That's right. Here comes the pitch, swung on. It's a slow roller down the third base line, going to stay foul.
That was one of them kind of half-hearted swings on that one. Of course, the last half-hearted swing got out to shallow center
Yeah, for sure.
a hit. So.
Ended up being a double. So 0-1 is the count here to Saucedo.
And Javier Santillan, he's the one on second. He's got some wheels on him, I'll tell you that. He was moving to get down to second. Then when he hit the brakes, he went backwards and landed right on his butt on that base.
Yeah. It did like a butt flop like we used to do off the diving board, you know.
Probably wasn't as comfortable as it was in the water.
And there's a drive, and that one's going to get the gap,
right.
I think. Oh, no, Brito's going to save it, fires it back. What a play by the 8th grader,
To save
Misa
the run.
Brito. That looked like a definite score about to happen there.
Wow.
And Misa Brito grabbed that ball in shallow right field, fired it back across his body over to Calvillo to get the runner and save the run. And so Eunice gets out of the top of the first. It looked like they were maybe going to give up a run, but as we move to the bottom of the first, we got a 0-0 game. The Cardinals, the Panthers, it's Jal versus Eunice. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Quick shout out to these JAL sponsors: Eunice Pump and Supply, JAL Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Fulco Trucking, Iron Horse Sports Grill, Mamacitas, Panther Energy. And I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to the Eunice sponsors. I believe I have that one too here. And then we'll do the radio next time. But NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, LLC, City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, and Redbird Garage. That's the Eunice sponsors for today's matchup between your Cardinals and these JAL Panthers.
And we definitely appreciate them, those sponsors, you know, from both schools, both communities do so much, so many other things that they do. I mean, you'll see that same list on just about everything in the community, whether it be the schools, the kids, the scholarships.
And especially for the kids.
Absolutely.
You know, pretty much everything for the kids.
So definitely blessed to live in this part of the state. The oil and gas, you know, community around here just does so much for everybody and for this entire state. And so definitely thankful to them.
On the hill for the Panthers this game will be our main man, Adam Juarez. He'll be out there pitching. Cash Taylor, again, catching.
So Adam finished the game on the hill, and he's going to start this one on the hill.
So let me just pick up where I took off at, boys.
Yeah.
He's trying to get one to throw down, and he can't seem to
get him one
in there.
One. I've got a fly that has decided he wants to crawl around right in front of me on the glass, and I'm tempted to smack him.
You're going to smack it, going to smear blood all over the glass.
I find myself focused on him crawling around. And he just happens to be where I'm sitting. He's like right between the pitcher and the catcher, and he keeps moving around, and it makes my brain not want to focus. There they finally get one to throw down, and they do. Cash Taylor chunks it out there, and so here we go.
Up for the Cardinals first, Isaac Morales, number 10, our catcher.
So Morales will step in there ready to go. Juarez on the hill for the Panthers. The long young fella that is part of our broadcast team for the last couple of years. He's a senior this year. Here comes the first pitch. It swung on, and man, that
right
ball,
into almost into the dugout, wasn't it?
man, all them Cardinals were.
They were jumping around.
A flock of Cardinals that were scattering like a covey of quail there. Yes. That's exactly what they did. So all of that for strike one. Here comes the next pitch, and that one's hit high up behind third base. Three Panthers trying to get to it. They almost ran into each other.
He's going to take two.
And he's going to try two, and he's in there. And then he's going to get up and go to three. And he's going to get there, too. And Coach Almaguer's holding him up. So he will get.
Don't press your luck, son. That's good. 3 bases is plenty.
Yep. So a double and an error will send him to third, and so Morales stands on third.
For
and
Calvillo.
Up comes Jose Calvillo. Are they going to put him on? They are. They're going to put him on again.
He said, man, I want to hit the ball today, boys.
Yep.
What are y'all doing? So Calvillo with the automatic walk down to first. Brings up Tyson Coy.
He's looking over there at the JAL coaching staff saying, now, come on, let me hit the ball.
Well, that shows some respect for that young man, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though he wants to hit the ball, that shows him a little respect.
I don't know that I've ever seen anybody do that in a first inning. I mean,
right. Never didn't even see how he was hitting.
Just here you go. We're going to put you
on. And I've never seen anybody walk the bases full like they did last inning.
And there goes Calvillo as he's going to head down. And they try the little trick, throw it to the shortstop thing.
Calvillo easily on second.
Yep. So Calvillo on second, Morales on third, no outs. We're in the bottom of the first, and at the plate is Coy.
Yep, Tyson Coy.
So Coy's up there ready.
Seen his grandpa out there a while ago.
There's a drive into left center field. It's going to find the turf, and he's going to easily score two. Coy headed on his horse for second as he's going to stand up easily in for a double, as it's a 2 RBI double for Tyson Coy. Where you been all my life?
That brings up another Tyson Jones, our lefty.
So a 2-run double for Tyson Coy, the senior, son of Matt. Got her done right there.
Grandson of Gary. He's out here in the audience today watching.
Yep. And so Tyson Jones comes to the plate, the lefty, with a 2-0 lead and a runner in scoring position, and a speedy Coy standing on second with a big lead. And that first pitch is high and outside for ball one.
To say the least, it was way outside. Luckily, he got that in his glove.
Yep.
That would have guaranteed Coy third base if he wouldn't have caught that one.
So taking a look, here comes the pitch, and that one's on that inside corner. As I thought Jones was about to let her rip at that one, and he watched it go by.
Looked like it was a little bit inside for him, maybe. I don't know.
Well, and he's way on that inside part of the batter's box, too. So in there ready. Here comes the next pitch. And that one's just almost on his elbow.
Yeah, that one's the ball.
Jones was going to take that one off the elbow if it would have stayed that direction for just a split second. And there's that dang fly back that wants to crawl around on the glass right in front of me.
Anybody got a fly swatter? If you do, bring one up here to us.
I'm about to catch him and send him to see
Jimmy,
Jesus.
Never mind. Jimmy just got out his chopsticks. He's going to get him.
Miyagi-Do karate. Goofy little fly. You don't know that I'm about to send him to see Jesus on the weekend of
Hope you got your
the Lord.
Plan made there, buddy.
So Jones back in there ready. 3-1 is the count. And Coy had like a 20-foot lead, but there's nobody holding him
Adam
on.
was going to chase him down, I guess.
So Adam whirled around and took off running at him, and Coy had to run back to second. This time they're sneaking over there behind him. And here comes the pitch. It's a drive, and he ripped it, but it's going to be foul as Jones turned the corner on that one.
I just want something to hit.
He ripped that one over toward the Eunice Fieldhouse. And, man, he hit it solid.
Straighten that out, bud, and you're going to get you a hit, base hit for sure.
All of that to say strike two. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, and now we got a.
He's pointing at something.
Out there in the field.
Is there a ball out there?
Must be.
Is that a foul ball from earlier or what?
They're sending one of the little fellas out there to get whatever it is. Oh, yeah, it is.
It is, huh?
I bet somebody threw that ball over the fence from out there.
Yeah, seen it out there and threw it over.
Yep. All right, so here we go again. Jones in the batter's box. Watt is on the hill. Coy with the lead on second. Here comes the pitch, and he almost hit him, and Jones is going to walk.
I thought it did hit him.
Ball number 4, and he heads over to first. So now runners on first and second, no outs, and up comes the main man from earlier, Andres Serrano. Young man had a ground rule double that he bounced over out in center field earlier. If he bounced one over right here, it'd score a run. So up in there, and he's ready. Runners both with leads, and Serrano is at the plate. Here comes the pitch from Juarez. It's right down the middle. That was a good-looking pitch. I'm surprised that Serrano sat on that one because it wasn't an extremely fast fastball, but it was coming right down the middle.
I've noticed a bunch of these batters let that first pitch go by almost every time sometimes.
And they may be getting the
maybe
take
the
signal,
instruction.
You know?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it was a good-looking pitch to hit for sure. And there's a
one
drive
he hit.
high up over shallow
It's
left
catchable.
field. It's going to be trouble again. They run up. They do make the catch. And then they fire it back in, trying to get Coy out there at second. He gets back there safely. So Serrano goes down on the fly out.
That'll be the first out of the inning.
Little bat boy running out there. Is that a Boone? Or?
That is a Boone. That is a young Boone.
That's
yes,
a
sir.
Boone. All right.
And I seen that kid play some little ball, and he can hit the ball.
Yeah.
He really can hit the ball.
Awesome.
So Misa Brito up to bat, the other lefty, number 3.
With one out, runners on first and second. The 8th grader steps up there ready. Coy with the lead on second. Jones on first. They hit it right up the gap. Is it going to get through? They're trying to get there. And they do. The shortstop actually made the stop on the second base side. And then he raced Jones over to second and dives in there to tag him. And so they get the lead runner on the fielder's choice. Brito now stands at first. Runners on first and second. And the young man who was the hero. Yeah, I'm sorry, first and third. And the young man who was the hero of game 1 with a freaking full game on the mound and a grand slammer home run steps to the plate in Cerna. And they're going to try to run and catch him, and now they're going to give him up. They had him, but they knew if they threw it to second, that Coy was headed for home and going to score.
And he would have, too.
So Juarez probably did the wise thing and just put the ball back in his glove and walked back onto the mound and let him go, let Brito go to second. So Cerna back in there. Takes that pitch low for ball number 1. Cerna.
We got 2 outs, don't we?
Always looking for a good pitch to get a hold of, for sure. I just wasn't sure about the lights there.
The sun comes in there and starts washing it out a little bit.
Yeah. That pitch is high and inside for a ball. So 2 balls, no strikes here to Cerna. You can pretty much guarantee he's got the green light. And, he's going to force Juarez to float him one across the plate that he can do something with. And there's that one, and he smacks it foul down the third base line over toward the fence.
For strike 1.
When Cerna's ahead in the count like that, you usually
He's
better
dangerous.
look out.
He's dangerous.
Because he will let her rip, that's for sure. Cards lead 2-0 here. We're in the bottom of the first. 2 outs, runners on second and third. Cerna at the plate, and he fouls that one off. And now we've got a 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Rock boogie oogie.
Heath Dean.
And Jared Gladden. That's our little rock boogie oogie for you.
Yeah, you should have seen them Lovington kids laughing at me and
Rosendo.
Rosendo over in Lovington the other day. What are these boys doing?
These guys have lost it.
But we couldn't help them. We tried. It was a slaughter.
A high fly ball right up over the water as the pitcher. Oh, and he tripped on the mound, but from his knees made the catch. What a catch there by Juarez, and that gets the Panthers out of the first. As we move to the second, your Cardinals, the Eunice Cardinals, lead Jal 2-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red. BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lea County athletics and academics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. Here live in Eunice as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Jal Panthers in a District 4-2A matchup between these two southern Lea County rivals.
And our main man up to bat, Juarez.
Adam Juarez heads up there. On the hill for the Cardinals is Wilson. Ethan, he's the son of Travis. Eunice graduated
Travis
himself.
down there somewhere.
Yeah, I bet you he's here. If he's
hard to miss.
If he was not here, he would definitely be glued to the TV somewhere. And there is a high fly ball foul back over into the parking lot.
1-1.
So the Cardinals with an early lead here, 2-0. Adam Juarez, the pitcher for Jal, at the plate, facing Ethan Wilson, the pitcher for the Cardinals here. And that pitch
that looked good. I guess
man.
a little outside, maybe.
Yeah, that was one of those that a lot of times is called a strike right down that outside edge, but not called a strike right there. So, 2 balls, 1 strike here to Juarez. Wilson kicks and fires it toward home. That one's fouled right back over the top of us, and
evens account.
Yeah, that'll wake somebody out there in that parking lot up. He'll either hit somebody's car or hit somebody between the eyes. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a Travis Wilson sighting. He's sitting right directly behind the catcher right there at the bottom of the bleachers.
Checking that pitch count.
Yeah, probably giving him.
Got him.
They got him on the outside corner, so Travis Wilson started clapping. I wasn't even looking at the pitch, so
You knew it was a strike as soon as you seen that clap coming. Huh?
He's probably giving him the sign. The catcher is down there giving him a sign, and Wilson's up there, Travis giving him a sign.
He's been known to. I'm gonna tell you right now.
It's like curveball. No, give him the number 1 again.
I'll sit there and watch him a few of Reagan's games. I promise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's right back there in that same spot.
That ball is right down the middle, and Wilson's.
And that's for Sebastian Arroyo batting there with first ball.
Yeah.
Was that a ball or strike?
He called it a ball. It was right down the middle, and his daddy.
That's one of them ball strikes or strike balls.
He was making a motion like that should have been a strike, and so there's a swing and a miss for strike
1.
Yep. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here. The top of the second. Eunice leads 2-0. We're in game number 2 of our doubleheader here today, and that ball gets fouled off for strike 2. Once again, I keep mentioning it, but shout out to our Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship stuff that's going on out there at the Legion. Get out there, get involved in the silent auction, go to the dance, enjoy the bouncy houses and all that other stuff that's going on out there. A lot of neat things going on, all for an amazing cause. As a lot of kids take advantage of that scholarship that they offer, and they just do so much in memory of our friend Sean. And so a Eunice graduate, a rodeo youngster, a state champion on the track. So
life ended way too short.
Yeah,
way
yeah,
too
for
short.
sure. That Berry family, just great people. And just people that have done over the years historically as much for this community as probably anybody. You think back on, you start talking about Wilma and Dan and Danny and Libby and, of course, Sean and all the rest of the family. I mean, so many great things. And so down goes, was that Santiago?
That was Arroyo.
Arroyo
brings
on
up
the
Cash
strikeout.
Taylor.
So Cash Money Records taking over for the 99 and the 2000 comes to the plate. Cash Taylor.
Wilson with his third strikeout there on Sebastian Arroyo.
Yeah. He's faced, 5 batters, struck out 3 of them
Six.
so far.
Six,
Six
so
batters.
he's 50%.
Yeah. So faced 6 batters and struck out 3 of them. And here comes the pitch to Taylor. That first one's inside for ball 1. Got Calvillo again on first. Out there at second is Brito. Zamora at short. And Serrano at third. Here comes the pitch from Wilson. Morales, the catcher, makes a good stop on that outside low pitch.
You got Fernando Cerna in left field.
Oh, wow.
Don Baeza in right field. And Tyson Coy in center field.
That's a different center. That's a different outfield lineup for sure. And there's a high fly ball that's up over short.
Like
Shortstop stepping in there, getting underneath it. He's going to easily make the catch. And down goes Cash on the fly out. And as we move to the bottom of the second, the Cardinals lead 2-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Give a shout out to the sponsors here, verbally. Jowl softball sponsors or baseball sponsors, Eunice Pump and Supply, Jowl Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Fulco Trucking, Iron Horse Sports Grill, Mamacitas, and Panther Energy. And for the Eunice side, the sponsors for the Eunice here, NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, LLC, City of Eunice, the Eunice Schools, Redbird Garage, and Parker Energy. So all these sponsors make this broadcast possible for you folks out there listening. We appreciate it. If you get around and you see some of these folks uptown, downtown, tell them thank you.
Yeah, we don't realize down here sometimes how good we have it with things like these services that our broadcast provide to our community. You get up especially into northern central New Mexico. We've been in places where they won't allow you to broadcast because they want you to buy their broadcast and make money. We provide this because of those sponsors.
And we're going to start taking a wad of cash and passing them a 20 to let us broadcast. No, we can't do that. That's bribery or something. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a good deal for the community.
Yeah.
It's, I constantly, I'm talking to people around here that say that their, families in other countries, other states, all around the world are
like to watch
watching
the games. Yeah,
it's amazing how many people I've run into that said, hey, when I graduated high school, I joined the Air Force or I joined the Navy, and when I was overseas, I would tune in and watch the Eunice games, and so we sure appreciate the broadcast. And so those sponsors make that possible. There are some, communities that have like some of that NFHS or whatever it's called and that sort of thing.
And you got to
pay
for it.
A lot of times, you have to pay for it. And then a lot of times they don't even have a commentator. There's nobody. It's just a dead screen or that camera that don't move, that just kind of stationary, that just floats out there for. And in baseball, you can kind of get away with that to some degree.
To some degree.
Football, basketball, if you've ever watched those broadcasts,
they got those automatic cameras. They kind of just follow
terrible.
action, and sometimes they don't get in the right spots. And
so anyway, we're blessed here in this community, and you don't realize it until you get out and kind of see what other folks have, and it's a blessing. So, speaking of blessings, Sean Memorial Scholarship. Get out there and get involved in that stuff going on today, the dance and everything. And there's a drive. It's right down the line. It's going to stay fair. It is. Turning the corner there across first. Was that Zamora?
That was Zamora, yeah, with a double.
Zamora with a stand-up double as he ripped it right down the third base line.
And that'll bring up Ethan Wilson, our pitcher. Long, tall fella.
Long, tall glass of water.
You ain't joking.
That's a big strike zone right there.
It is a big strike zone.
Is Wilson, another one of those youngsters on this team. A lot of youngsters on this Eunice Cardinal baseball team. They are young. I think they've got at least 3 8th graders, and there goes Zamora trying to steal, and they're going to get him. I think they did.
Sure did. Doggone it.
Zamora gets gunned down trying to steal third. And,
that was a good placement by that third baseman. He had that. There wasn't nowhere to slide to. His glove was in the way.
And a great throw by Cash Taylor as he's hit that. I mean, he threw that ball right on the inside part of the third base bag, about 2 inches off the ground, right where it needed to be. The third baseman literally just set his glove right there on the inside part of the bag, made the catch and the tag all at the same time.
2 balls to Wilson.
You know, we've tried our hand at stealing on Taylor over and over, and he's not an easy guy to steal bases on.
I want to quit doing that unless it's a passed ball for sure.
Yeah, he's picked several off that have tried to steal. I mean, there's been some stealing going on, no doubt, but he's
especially that third base. That's an easy target for him. Well, he's a right-hander.
He's better than your average police department at stopping the stealing.
Yeah.
So, 2 balls, 2 strikes here and an out. Wilson at the plate. Nobody on now after the pickoff of Zamora over at third. Adam Juarez on the hill for Jal. He kicks and fires it toward home. Wilson with a big swing and a foul off, staying alive. Got his daddy sitting right down there behind him, giving him some,
I'm sure
some words of encouragement.
Yep, some kind of words anyway, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, hit that ball. Uh-oh.
Is that me?
It's me.
Oh, I was like, uh-oh. Here comes the next pitch, and that one's high. And it's got to be real high when
bring
it's
the
too
count
high
full. Yeah, it's kind of hard to pitch one out of that boy. He's up there.
3 balls, 2 strikes, and an out. 3-2-1 usually means contact, but occasionally it means a walk or something else. And Wilson gets beamed.
Right in the back.
Hit him right square in that back shoulder blade.
Bring up our top of our lineup.
First.
Isaac
See
Morales.
if they bring in a courtesy runner. Yeah, they're going to. So here comes the courtesy. Trying to see who it is. That's going to be the 8th grader.
Number 7, which is Lucas Lopez.
Lucas Lopez, another one of these 8th graders on this squad, heads over to first as the courtesy runner. And Morales in the top of the lineup, back to the plate, I believe. Is that Morales?
Yes, Isaac Morales.
I think he had a double his first at bat.
Actually, it turned into a triple. It was a double with a little.
With the error when they
error,
overthrew it. Yep, and
There's
he drives
nice
that one into left field.
That'd probably be a single for him.
Yes, sir. So now a really nice piece of hitting by Morales as he drove a liner out there into left field.
See if they're going to walk their bases full by walking Calvillo this time.
So look at Calvillo. He's looking over
He's
there.
Like, come on, fellas, what y'all going to do?
Are you walking me or you going to let me bat this time? So Calvillo, the board says we only got 1 out, so I'm hoping that's correct.
That is correct.
So Calvillo steps in there ready to go. He's got runners on first and second, and they're not going to walk him this time, so here we go.
Well, he wants an opportunity.
And that was a good-looking pitch.
That was a good one to hit.
One. Yep. Yeah, that's where you go back to saying, are we taking at that first pitch? I think
Because that one
so.
was looking really good.
Yeah, that
to
had,
me.
that had Jose written all over the front of it with a little screaming face. So 0-1, here comes the pitch.
There's
that
a
one's
good
driven into center field, trying to get
trouble.
there's a center fielder.
Yep.
He missed it, and it's going to roll to the wall.
That'll get us probably
Jose
2 runs.
Calvillo may try to go
he's
for
gonna
the
go
end
3.
of Parker. He's going to ease
you
up.
better stay there.
They're going to hold him at third as he eases in there. And so
I haven't even put our
2-run
runs on
score.
there yet.
And so 2
So
more
that's
runs. The Cardinals
triple.
now lead 4-0 after a 2 RBI triple from Jose Calvillo. And I'll bet the coaching staff at Jal sitting over going, you know what, maybe
Shoulda
we should have
walked
walked him.
now everybody sees why we've been walking him. Boy.
Yes,
Everybody's been picking on us for walking him.
that's right.
Got to bring up Tyson Coy to bat for the Cardinals.
TC, are you with me as Tyson Coy steps into the plate, into that batter's box with a runner on third. Calvillo with a big lead, nobody holding him on, and that first pitch is high and inside to Coy for ball 1.
Yeah, Calvillo will come. He'll bring that freight train in if you're not careful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you end up with a pass ball or something right here. You might have some fireworks at home plate. Here comes the pitch, and that one's high on the inside for ball 2. As Taylor had to go up and get it. So
Hopefully.
2 balls, no strikes.
Hopefully we don't get into a situation where our camera gets washed out because that sun's just about to break over the
when it starts getting down. And
pass
there goes
ball.
the ball.
Here
it's a
comes
pass
Calvillo.
ball. It's going to come off the backstop,
even have
and
to
they
slide.
didn't throw it. So Calvillo strolls in, and he will score.
making the score
easily.
Eunice 5, Jal 0.
So
for Coy.
Calvillo scores on the pass ball. He steals home.
And Lucas Lopez brings it in for that other one, that other run. While ago.
So 3-0 now is the count to Coy. Coy back in there ready to go. Here comes the pitch, and that one's hit high out toward right center.
That may be
Right
trouble.
fielder trying to get to it,
And
and
he
he
got
comes
it.
running in and jumps and makes the catch.
For 2 away.
So down goes Coy on the fly out to right center.
Brings up the other Tyson Jones, one of those Jones boys.
TC and TJ.
Yep. Designated hitter today, Tyson Jones.
Tyson is stepping in there ready. He's got hit a lot today. He's probably got a bunch of little
little
Spalding,
whelps all over.
Spalding whelps imprinted on his legs and arms and back, everywhere else. Here comes the first pitch, and it's low and inside for ball 1. Jones in there ready again, the lefty, facing Adam Juarez, the pitcher for Jow here today. Coach Tyler Almaguer standing down there in his box on third.
Outside for ball 2.
Coach JP standing over there. He don't like his box.
He don't like being in. He said, "You can't put me in a box."
You can't put me in a box. Oh, and that one's down that
that's
inside
beauty.
corner.
Yep.
And it's in there for strike 1. So 2 balls and a strike to Jones as he gets back in there ready. Boy, would his grandpa love to be sitting out here watching Tyson play some baseball, I guarantee you. Tyson's grandpa is my uncle.
Yep.
And boy, there was nothing that man liked more than to go watch his grandkids play some sports.
Every sport, everything, everyone.
And there's a drive into
man.
right field. He
That's
hammered it. It may
trouble.
be. Oh, they make the catch on the
Oh.
warning track. I thought
Wow.
he might get out of here when it left the bat.
That was
As
a hard hit ball to right.
Jones,
Man.
and that ball was about over his head, and he like chopped some lumber on it and
Sure
drove it
did.
to the warning track in right center field, one of the deeper parts of the stadium out there.
Man.
But down goes Jones on the deep fly ball, and so that'll send us to the third as
Top
the
of the
Cardinals
third.
lead 5-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lea County sports and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal and Jow Panther sports here live in Eunice as the Cardinals are hosting Jow in Game 2 of our doubleheader. They lead 5-0. They won Game 1. The Cardinals did 10-2, a 7-inning game. They were up 9-0 going into the 5th, and we thought they might end it early, but the Panthers were able to put some runs on the board late, hold the Cardinals, and anyway, they ended up with a 10-2, 10-2 full game. Cerna had the full game from the mound in that game. He also had one heck of a smack as he knocked our grand slammy over the left center field fence.
That'll bring up Christian Diaz to bat for the Panthers, top of the third here.
So up there ready is Diaz, and here comes the pitch from Wilson. Ethan Wilson on the hill for the Cardinals here today. A beautiful day. I mean, it got a little bit of breeze blowing, but I tell you, it is a nice day out here. Wonderful day to play some baseball or watch some baseball in our case.
Oh, I guess that was a little high maybe outside.
So is that
I think it's
2-0?
I don't know if is it 2-0 or 1-1?
I don't know.
I think it's 2-0.
So here comes the next pitch, and that one's high and outside.
See if our umpire give us a count. I think it's either 2-1 or 3-0.
I think the umpire cares if we know what the count is or not, as long as he knows what it is down there. Wilson going to step back on there ready. He's going to kick and fire this pitch toward home, and that one's down that outside corner, and that one's a strike. A shout out to our main man, Resendo, out doing family stuff on this Easter weekend.
That one's chopped out to third.
Running across to Serrano, and he fires it across to Calvillo and gets him. So down goes Diaz.
Making room for number 7, Jayden Butts.
So Butts heads in there.
He's their right fielder today.
Got one out. He'll have an opportunity to see if he can get something going here from the plate. So Ethan Wilson kicks, fires the pitch toward home. He's going to hit it right towards second. Brito's going to scoop it. It gets a bad hop. He picks it up, fires it over. Oh, and then the ball comes loose. And so Brito, it kind of took a little bit of a funny hop. It went in to kind of hit him up in the heel of the glove.
Yep.
And bounced out. And by the time he scooped it and was able to fire it over there, he was trying to rush it.
That'll get him to the top of their lineup. Javier Santillan. Hope I'm saying that name right. Yeah. Santillan.
And it is now one out, runner on first. 5-0 is your score. First pitch is watched go by for ball one. Once again, shout out to those folks, Jared Gladden, Exan, Klaus's, and like I said, I'm sure I'm missing a ton of people, but all the folks involved in the Sean Berry. There's a scoop from Serrano. He fires it over to first. It gets through, and it's going to roll into right field. And we paused for a minute. And everybody's going to be safely on first and third.
Yep. Just to overthrow the second. He was trying for that double play, I think, action, but
trying to get that lead runner, and the ball got through under the glove of Brito and rolled into shallow right field.
And Zayden Lujan up to bat for the Panthers with runners on the corners.
So Lujan up here. We got a stoppage
Catcher wants to go top.
He's trying to
get some instruction.
Yeah, he's probably getting signals from his coach, and he's resetting his defense. So anyway, runners on first and third, runners on the corners. 1 out here to Lujan. Here comes the pitch. It's right down the middle. And they just, basically that's probably what they were addressing there, is whether they were going to throw it down. And they never attempted to throw down. They were like, hey, we'll just let him go to second. So now runners on second and third, 1 out with Lujan at the plate. The entire Lujan family sitting over to our right, cheering on their young man as he is up there ready to go.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out.
Got Caden Lujan, his little sister, sitting over there cheering for him, and it's a chipper right back to the pitcher. And then Wilson runs it toward first base for a while, and then underhands it over to Calvillo, and so down goes Lujan.
For 2 away.
And we've still got a 5-0 score here with runners on second and third, 2 outs. Can the Cardinals and Wilson
get out of this?
Get out of this little pickle.
Andres Rodriguez, he had a strikeout his last at bat.
So he's up there ready. Here comes Wilson, and he throws that fastball high and inside, and Rodriguez is able to chip it foul down the third base line. So 0-1 is your count. Coach Keep It Simple Kimple comes strolling up the bleachers. Went and got him a little drinky drink of water.
After a tough day of softball over there.
Yes, and there's a chipper toward short. Short's going to scoop it, trying to throw it across his body, and he doesn't let it go. And so they're going to score.
Glued to his hand, wasn't it?
Yep. So run scores as Butts crosses home, and the Cardinals now lead 5-1. Here in the top of the third, runners on first and second, 2 outs.
So Fernando Sauceda, number 24, up to bat.
Saucedo steps in there, ready to go. The right-hander versus the right-handed pitcher, Wilson. Just trying to see if his hands were split, but they're not. Here comes the pitch.
Ooh,
that ball's high. It's going to get away from the catcher. It comes all the way back to the...
Did he call it was it a foul?
No, he didn't even swing. He just kind of went like that.
Kind of got away from him?
Yep. Ball went right off the glove of the catcher and came all the way to the back. And so that's going to make it a 5-1 game still with runners now on second and third.
And 2 outs.
So here comes the pitch from Wilson. That was a fastball right down the outside corner for a strike. Good looking pitch right there.
Just need 2 more of them to get him out of this mess.
So Wilson kicks, fires toward home, and that's a good pitch for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Calvillo over on first, takes his hat off, rubs his head a few times. Now he puts his hat back on. Here comes Wilson. He's going to kick and fire toward home, and that ball's fouled off. Thought it was going to hit the batter, but he took a swing at it.
Went on over the back, behind us somewhere.
Said, I'm going to hit you before you hit me.
Sauceda with a 1-2 count, 2 outs.
5-1 game. Here comes the pitch. That one's hit hard into right field. I believe that's a Don, and he's underneath it. He's going to make the catch out there in mid-right field. And so that'll get the Cardinals out of that mess as we move to the bottom of the third. Your score, Eunice 5, Jal 1. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lea County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lea County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lea County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice on a beautiful, slightly breezy afternoon.
Little clouds trying to come in.
Yeah.
Kind of hope they do a little bit, cover that sun up a little bit, so it won't wash our camera out too much.
Yeah, that's one thing about you start getting into that late afternoon time here at Eunice Field, Cardinal Field, whatever the name of this place is. When you're looking kind of west, it does create some problems with that camera and the image that you get.
So Andres Serrano up to bat for the Cardinals. Kick off the bottom of the third here.
And we've got a pitching change for Jow, and there's a drive into left center field.
That's
it
trouble.
May be, it could be. It's off the wall. That ball hit about 2 foot from the top of the wall, was almost a homer by Serrano as, man, he has got, he's been standing on second base after multiple hits today. A ground rule double. He's bounced one over. He's hit it off the wall a couple of times. He's hit it over outfielders' heads. It just hadn't quite been able to.
Just a little more meat on it.
Yes. And these are rockets. It's like that, that ball probably didn't get 20 foot off the ground the whole way across there.
So Misa Brito up, and that new pitching change is Sebastian Arroyo for the Panthers now.
There's a drive right toward the gap. Shortstop's going to grab it. He faked the throw to third, and then he gets Brito on first.
For one away.
And that'll advance the runner over to third as Serrano now stands on third base looking home as Fernando Serna steps to the plate.
He was, like Jimmy said earlier, the game one hero with that big 4-run grand slam early on.
Yeah, and a complete game on the mound.
Yeah.
He,
doing work.
Yes, for sure.
So 1 ball outside for ball 1 on it. 1-0. So he gets back in there ready.
Fernando Serna leads this team in runs batted in, RBIs, and that ball's going to get past. But it kind of.
Yeah, that catcher was still in a good position.
Yep.
So
it would have been a tough one to get to or to get home on.
Yeah, we don't have a big enough lead to try that one yet.
Yep, I concur. So Arroyo on the hill.
2-0.
Gonna kick and fire it toward home and got him.
Did it hit him?
Yeah. The ball's laying right there. It just hit him and died right there. Looked like it got him like
brushed him in the belly.
Or the
hip.
belly,
yeah, it's
right
hard
there
to tell.
in that area. Kind of the hip bone, belly, right in that area. He's grabbing his hip now that he's on first. So
Luis Zamora comes up.
And So Zamora comes to the plate, runners on first and third.
Cash Taylor out there giving some instruction. then he backed into the umpire. So Luis Zamora up to bat for the Cardinals. Runners on the corners.
Here comes that first pitch. It's inside for ball one. And I agree, Jared Gladden. He said we need a run rule here so you can get out here and judge some meat.
Yeah. There's a meat ready for you, Jimmy.
I'm ready to come out there and check out y'all's meat. I'm go out there and gaze at some meat for a while and
taste a little bit of it.
That's right. And there's that was an interesting situation. I know it was the normal still like they do when you have runners on first and third, but the batter was backing out of the box before the ball ever even. I don't even know if
maybe he was trying to get a timeout, but
I
they'd already thrown the pitch.
It just looked odd to me, and that ball skips off the turf, and the catcher Cash does a really good job of
keeping it
saving it
in front of him.
Yeah.
So 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Runners on second and third here.
In a 5-1 ball game. Here comes the pitch, and that one's inside.
And he's going to load them up.
Yep. Bases loaded as Zamora heads down to first, and up comes Wilson.
Long, tall pitcher, Wilson.
Ethan Wilson steps up with the bases loaded. Boy.
Coach wants to tell him something.
Yep. He's like, he said, hey, Wilson, a slam here.
If you could hit it over the fence.
Might be a hero because we had a slam with our pitcher in the first game. We need another slam with this pitcher in game 2.
And the catcher says, well, since you're going to talk to your batter, I'm going to talk to my pitcher.
So he went out there and said, hey, pitcher, we can't give this guy a slam.
Listen to me, Mr. Arroyo. Keep it away from this big man. Because his dad's sitting there instructing him on how to hit it. He's probably going to hit over the fence.
He's going to tell him how to knock it over the park or out of the park. Yep. Once again, while they're visiting on that, shout out to all those folks out there at the Jared. I'm thinking of Jared Gladden at the Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship Dance Dinner, cooking contest, the bouncy houses, the cornhole, all of those things in memory of our great friend Sean. And so get out there, get involved in the silent auction, man. They've got a lot of really, really neat items. A guided fishing trip. I mean, they've got all kinds of really neat things. Lots of Yeti stuff, man. Yeti coolers, Yeti bags, Yeti tumblers, Yeti mugs. I mean, you name it, it's Yeti. And I'm not talking about the abominable snowman. They've got knives, a lot of pow-pows. I mean, they've got some really neat stuff out there. Get out there and take a look at it and support a great cause. And that pitch is going to be low and outside, so we got a 3-0 count to Wilson.
1 out.
And standing over there in the on-deck circle is the top of the lineup for the Cardinals with 1 out. So if Wilson could find his way down to first here on a walk, it would put Joe in an interesting predicament.
He was taken and he took a strike.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely was taken all the way there. He
looked like he was taking a nap while that one went by. He just standing there.
He was like the girl on the show where the dad has a special set of skills, and that ball's outside and down.
Walked one in.
Wilson will head over to first. So a run's going to score. We've now got a 6-1 game, and up comes Morales to the plate with the bases juiced. Jose Calvillo on deck, and in comes a courtesy runner.
Think they're going to walk him or walk one in with him?
It's possible, and up comes
and
the 8th
number
grader.
7. Yeah. That's, what do we say, Lucas Lopez.
Yep, Lopez heads over to first. So another one of the 8th graders getting some playing time here. And Morales, a freshman, comes to the plate with the bases juiced in a 6-1 ball game.
And Lucas Lopez was the runner for Wilson last time.
And that ball's outside, and they're going to throw it. Oh, no, we got a runner caught in a rundown. And they're going to get him.
Doggone it, yeah.
That was Cerna. He got caught kind of sleeping out there as Cash caught that pitch fired it right over to third, and Cerna was kind of leaning the other direction, and he knew he was in a pickle, so he just took off running. And rather than play the back and forth game, he just ducked his head and plowed toward home, and they get him. So no more grand slamming. Oh. Goodness. That ball missed him, huh?
I don't know. I thought it did in the back.
Weaved. Yeah, he got out of the way.
I would have said, "Oh, my back."
Yeah, I think my head tells me I'd have took it. My body would have probably said, "No, I won't either." And so, man, if he goes on base like that, that one hits him in the head. I don't know. I think at least he got a helmet covering that part.
He looked like he wanted to charge the plate, but that kid might be bigger than him. I don't know.
So that's going to load everybody's bigger than him. That's going to load the bases, and up comes Jose Calvillo.
What will we do?
And you can see the Jow coaching staff sitting over there going, "Oh,
darn
my
it.
goodness."
Should we walk a run in?
I think that is the Jow coaching staff going to walk out on the field? I think they are. They're going to put him on base.
They're walking a run in.
Wow. Wow.
That does not make sense to me.
Well,
I mean,
last time they didn't, and he cleared the bases.
True that.
So they walk a run in. It's now 7-1, and Calvillo gets put on first, and up comes Coy.
And where's isn't he the pinch runner? No. Oh, they're getting a pinch runner for
Morales.
Morales.
Yeah. Trying to see, is that Hyan Castro maybe?
Who
is it? Oh, it's Hazy.
Hazy Aguata.
So Hazy's going to come
Number 11.
out. He's going to be the courtesy runner on second for Morales. You've got Calvillo on first. Looking over there at third.
Man, I can't believe they walked a run in.
Yeah, that's definitely different.
That's different.
And that's first strike. Our first pitch is in there for a strike to Coy.
That shows a lot of respect to that Calvillo.
Yeah, they don't want any part of Calvillo. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 7-1 game. Coy at the plate, and he drives it into left field. It's going to score 1 for sure, and they're going to send him. And here comes the runner, and he's going to score as well as Haciel gets in there. And a 2 RBI single at the right time for Coy, as that was a well-hit ball into left field.
And Coy says, "Let me show y'all some respect, boys."
Yep.
How about this?
Yep, you want to walk.
And we got another hitter coming up with Tyson Jones.
Tyson Jones
He's
leads
been a little
this
dry
team
today,
in batting average for the year at about 500. He's got a 500 batting average for the year, leads the team. He steps up to the plate. It's a 9-1 game now. The Cards lead by 8. And we got to keep this rally going if you're a Cardinal fan. If you're a Panther fan, you're thinking, come on
wow,
now. We got to shut this down. Yep. So back up there is Jones in the left-handed batter's box. He takes a big
that one.
swing.
He definitely wanted that one.
And
you know, he's
number 1.
His first at bat here in this game, he had a double.
Yeah.
And then he had a fly out.
That fly out was on the warning track out there in right center field.
Real close
to the deepest part of the park.
Real close to going over that wall, wasn't it?
Yes, and into the wind, because the wind is blowing that direction, in from that part today. That ball that Jones hit that last time, if it's down either baseline, it's out of here. And if it's probably any other day but the windy day today that wind's blowing in is out of here, and Jones chips that one foul. So we got 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A little rock boogie. Woo.
He's Dean.
Yep, and Jared. And so Jones steps in there ready to go.
Jones said, "Y'all got me set up. I'm ready now."
Oh, he heard the woo-woo, and here comes the pitch. Oh, and man, that ball went behind Jones.
I think the pitcher heard us.
Yeah. That ball went behind Jones.
Man.
Jones
they must have been focusing on that pretty little leg brace down there. And that's where the ball went.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runners on first and second. Here goes the runners. Here comes the pitch. It's inside, and Jones heads over to first. as he's going to walk, and that'll bring up Serrano.
That means we batted around already this inning.
And this young man has bounced one over today. He's hit
He hit a
at
double his
least
last
2
one.
doubles that I
Yeah.
know of today and between this game and last game. And that last one was a rocket out there in left center field that hit the wall about 2 foot from the top in the air. And he steps up here ready. Here comes that first pitch. It's going to get away. Calvillo thought about it. Almaguer held him up.
He said, darn it, I want to go now.
Calvillo was chomping at the bit, and Serrano was like, hey, look, I want an opportunity to grand slam me. And I'm not talking about the kind with 2 eggs, 2 bacon,
Grand sandwich.
2 sausages, and all that kind of stuff.
That's a Denny's or somewhere, wasn't it?
I believe so. There's a drive over toward the
trouble
second
for us.
baseman. Second baseman boots it for a minute. He then picks it up and he
And
throws it away.
Overthrows
We're
it.
going
We
to
got 2
score
runs
one.
coming in.
Going to score another. And easily
single.
over to third. An error. He's going to reach on an error and score 2 runs on 2 RBIs out of his error.
And that brings up our little other 8th grader, Miss Misa Brito.
And the Cards now lead by 10. It's 11-1.
Yep.
If they can maintain this or even add to it, that would end this game here in
On the
about
5th.
another inning if we can make it that far. Probably putting the cart before the horse, but when you're thinking about meat like me,
Jimmy can't wait to get there and
I'm
taste that,
telling you.
them boys' meat out there.
I'm dreaming of meat in my head. I've got visions of
That was a nice little
ribs.
chop.
Oh, and
well,
trying to get there, and he throws it away again. The runner's going to reach.
and get down to second, 1 on third.
So now runners on second and third, a run scores. It's a 12-1 ball game, and up comes Cerna. As Cerna's going to head to the plate. I wouldn't be surprised if the coach don't come out of the dugout and send Cerna. He's
Load him up again.
I mean, he leads this team in RBIs.
Yeah.
And it's
hit
funny
the
because
grand slam
they
earlier.
ain't walked him once, but every time Calvillo comes up, they send him to. And I get it. Calvillo's a great hitter too, but Cerna leads the team in RBIs and home runs, and has hit a grand slam today. And
he's looking for another one.
Yep.
Of course, it wouldn't be quite a grand slam, but still a 3-run shot would be good.
12-1 is your score. 0-1 is the count to Fernando Cerna, the hero from Game 1. He steps up there ready to go. On the hill is Arroyo, I believe, for Jow.
Yep.
He's going to kick, fire toward his catcher, Taylor. And that one's low and outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Cerna. Cerna was on base earlier and got picked off with a big lead out there at third. So he's back out here ready to go again in this inning. Here comes the next pitch, and that was a good-looking, kind of crazy. That was a weird-looking pitch.
Yeah.
Like it had a lot of movement in it. Good pitch, not bashing the pitch. It looked like it curved in 2 different directions.
Well, it definitely fooled Serrano because not Serrano, Cerna.
Almost looked like he was throwing like a wiffle ball where they bend all crazy. And there's drive into left field. It's going to go to the wall. It's going to score 2 easily. And Cerna going to hold up after a big turn at first. And then he's going to go ahead and ease back over to first. And a 2 RBI single by Fernando Cerna. And you might want to walk him next time. And here we've got a substitution, it looks like, as TA is going to put in a...
That's Nick Hernandez coming up to bat for the Cardinals.
So Nick
into the 8 spot.
Nick Hernandez will come in with a runner on first. 2 outs. The Cardinals have scored about 5 runs with 2 outs. They've had 2 outs for a while. It's 14-1 is the score right now. Eunice over Jow. We're in the bottom of the 3rd. And that first pitch is high and inside for ball 1. So big lead over there for Cerna at first base. Got to be careful with that big lead. Here comes the pitch. That one's
Oh,
driven
nice.
down the line, and
it
it's
got
going to
out.
go
Yep.
foul.
I thought it was going in.
And about 15, 20 feet over to the left, and that would have been big trouble as all of the outfielders had shifted left a little bit. And he hit it the other way right down the line. Back up there is Nick. Runner on first. Here comes the pitch, and woo, must have been low.
Low for ball, too.
Yeah, I try to call it like I see it. That looked like a pretty good looking pitch.
Yeah.
If I'm a Jowl fan, I'm probably not liking that call. It looked like a pretty good one to me.
I bet old Wilson could tell us if it was. He's right there.
Is he still down there? That
Well,
ball's
he
hit
was.
through, trying to get there. They backhand it, and they're going to get. No, that's not. No.
That's a I'm getting tired call right there.
Yeah, I thought he was
man.
there. You probably won't get too. Oh, Tyler's going to run out there. Look, he's headed out there.
That's a I'm ready to get done with this call.
Oh, I
Wow.
thought he was running over there to talk to the ump. He's running out there to grab his player's helmet and whatnot from him. So, anyway, with that said, the Cards lead 14-1 as we move to the fourth. Eunice Cardinals leading Jowl. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
I'll go ahead and run down these sponsors here right quick. Jowl Baseball sponsors, Eunice Pump and Supply, Jowl Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Fulco Trucking, Iron Horse Sports Grill, Mamacitas, and Panther Energy. And for the Eunice sponsors for today's game, NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Services, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, Redbird Garage, Eunice Schools, City of Eunice, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Health Clinic, Cardinal Hardware, and Parker Energy. That's y'all's proud sponsors for today's game between the Eunice Cardinals and these old Jowl Panthers here. As we move into the top of the fourth, and Eunice has a lead of 14-1.
Yep, if we can go ahead and make quick work here, it sure would be nice, and I could go get on some meat.
Go get
get
the meat tasting.
That's right. I'm
His
ready.
other part of his duties for the day.
I'm ready. I'm ready for some good old meat. Yeah, here comes the catcher. Morales out. This Jones, the DH, was out there helping warm the pitcher up. Looks like we have a pitcher change as Zamora is now up there on the hill for the Cardinals.
Okay.
So, and then Morales throws it out to second base. I don't know how many times I've seen him
Bunch
do
of
that
times a
today.
So Wilson, I guess they're watching his pitch count and don't want to get him too high a pitch count, I guess.
And so our man Adam Wattis is going to come up to the plate for the Jowl Panthers here. I think I speak for just about everybody in saying, come on, 3 up, 3 down. If we could do that the next inning, we will we'll be headed out of here, and I'll be working on a ribby. Not
Nibbling on a ribbling.
Yep, not a run batted in, but a real ribby.
So Adam Moore is up to bat here.
The
And
ball's fouled off into the parking lot. That'll hit somebody's car.
thought I heard some glass break.
Mm-hmm. If your car don't run right because it took a shot off the hood, just take it down to Redbird Garage.
They'll fix you right up.
Josh Jones, Erica Jones, they'll tell you what you need to do, and that pitch is right down the middle for strike 2. So 0-2 to Wattis.
Zamora looking good so far.
As he's already kicking and firing with his next pitch, and that ball's fouled off. So staying alive is Adam. Definitely is getting cloudy now.
Yeah.
The clouds have moved
We
in.
can use the cloud cover just because of the last couple of stadiums we've been in have been facing the other direction. Boy, that Adams got some wheels
what
now.
a shot there.
That was
As,
real close.
Man, coming off the hill was Zamora. He barehanded that ball all the way down here by the third base line and then fired it across his body, and Juarez was running. And he is a bang-bang play at first, but down goes Juarez, and so we've got one away.
Sebastian Arroyo, next batter.
So Arroyo's up there, and he hits that first pitch into left center field.
Way
It's
out.
a deep one. It may be. It could be. And it's off the wall. And it takes a big hop off the wall all the way back across the center field.
And I think if I was him, I'd have been trucking trying to get 3
Yeah,
out of that one.
I thought he'd
He's
get
kinda
3 out of
jogging.
it. Yeah, he slowed up as soon as he turned around first. And
He's
I don't
happy
know
with
if-
a double.
I don't know if he realized that it went off the
Right.
wall and skipped back across.
He might have
there.
thought it bounced over.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He definitely let up. He could have clearly had 3 out of that, and he stopped at second.
That brings up
Good for the Cardinals and good for us if we're
yeah.
trying to get out of here early.
as Cash Taylor, the catcher's up to bat.
So Cash going to step in there ready to go. 14-1 is your score with a runner now in scoring position for the Panthers out there on second. 0-1 is the count to Cash here. He steps back in, got his bat ready. Zamora on the hill for the Cardinals, rocks and fires that one past him for a strike as Cash took a big swing and cut.
It was a little late, too, on that swing.
No contact. So strike number 2, a foul ball on the first one, a swing and a miss on the second one, so it's 0-2 to Cash. 1 out. Jose Calvillo all the way in here, dang near. Now he's backing up a couple steps, but it looked like he was expecting a bunt. Maybe he was so close. And there's a big changeup, and he was swung way out in front of it, and down goes Cash. And I'm not sure what the ump just took off like high speed back to
We're
the
going to
mound.
check on that pitcher or what? So let me see what you got in your hand. You got any of that spit or something? Stick 'em. Got some stick 'em on you?
I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know. He's checking his glove or what?
Checking a ball or something. I don't know. Kind of a weird deal. Hey, he ought to know that I got meat I need to look at. Can't be
wasting your time there.
Yeah, out there rubbing balls when I've got meat to go gawk at.
He did rub all over that ball pretty good.
I'm telling you. I mean, there's important things for me to do, and him out there giving a massage is not my idea of good time.
Good things to do right now, huh?
Got to have some better time management. So here we go. There's a swing and a miss for strike number 1. Zamora keeps them
looking pretty good.
Yeah, he keeps them off balance at changing the speed up. He doesn't throw it extremely hard, but he'll rear back throw the fastball, and then he takes one and takes the speed way off of it. Morales struggles with that when the runner advances over to third. And I was talking about puppies a while ago. That ain't a puppy there. That's a bunny. All kinds of creatures.
Well, it is Easter time, you know.
There's a zoo out there.
Could be the Easter bunny, you know.
There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And we've got bunnies. We got puppies. We've got the Panthers. We got the Cardinals. I mean, it's a zoo up here.
And the batter, Christian Diaz, he was the pitcher in the last game.
And there he goes. They call that one down on the outside corner, and so strikes him out. And so now as we move to the bottom of the 4th, it's 14-1. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lea County. Light to medium duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental, currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated. Located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice, they're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9 Elijah and number 15 Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lea County athletics. Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006, delivers exceptional transport, pump truck, vacuum truck, and disposal services. Their commitment extends beyond business to supporting Lea County sports and academics. Parker Energy wants to empower young adults to succeed in sports, scholastics, and personal growth. Parker Energy, located at 2350 Avenue O in Eunice, proudly backs Lea County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Jal Panthers in game number 2 of our doubleheader. The Cardinals won the first game 10-2. They lead here 14-1. We're in the bottom of the 4th. And
first batter up for the Cardinals will be Isaac Morales.
Isaac is ready. This is the top of the lineup for the Cardinals. And so,
we get another pitch change out there. 24.
Looks like we got 2
yeah, we
4s.
sure
Is that
did.
Salcedo?
So 24 is no.
Nope.
Fernando, yeah, Salcedo.
Yep.
So he'll be pitching now. He goes from first base to pitcher now. Try his hand at it. I was wondering why we're taking so much time in between here. I guess we had a pitching change. I didn't realize it.
Yeah, it was definitely a very slow transition between the top of the 4th here and the bottom of the 4th.
The umpire must not like it. He says, "Oh, Jimmy wants to go taste some meat. I'm going to hold him up."
Yeah, he's like, I don't like when people are out gawking at meat and whatnot, so I'm going to slow this whole situation down a little bit. Yeah, so stepping up there is Morales, ready to go. Sauceda chunks that one. That was a weird looking.
Yeah.
That
Kind
come
of a
out of his hand
sidearm.
funny something. Yeah, left-handed throw just had a little different look to it for sure.
I've seen some of the major league pitchers throw that sidearm and they burn it in there. But
man, I've watched there's a drive into right field. It could be trouble. The right fielder trying to get to it. It's going to bounce off the turf. So a single for Morales.
I kind of blocked by this wall. I thought he might have caught it, but I guess it bounced.
Yeah, it actually hit the turf and went about 10 foot in the air, and he ran under it, caught it on the hop. So Jose Calvillo comes up, a runner on first. Let's see what Jal does with Calvillo this time. We've seen him in this exact same situation.
And they just walked him on
down. They walked him, and I scratched my head going, runner on first, beginning of the inning, no outs, and they walked him. They didn't this time, though, so here we go. Here comes the pitch, swung on, fouled off for strike 1.
He says, y'all should have walked me. I'm fixing to hit it.
Yeah. Yeah, if he knocks it out there to the fence, then we'll all be sitting here going, yeah, you probably should have did it again.
Probably should have.
Calvillo going to bunt it.
Bunted it foul.
And he did bunt it foul. I wonder if that was like a planned thing, or did Jose just decide to do that? Tyler Almaguer's coming.
It probably wasn't planned. Here comes Tyler. Oh, he's talking to the umpire about something.
There's both coaches coming out. The coaches from the dugouts.
Are they gonna charge the mound, or what are we doing here?
I don't know exactly what we got. 2 coaches going out of the dugout, and now the other coach is coming.
Well, if he's gonna talk to you, I'm gonna talk to you.
So
now he's going to go back. No. don't know.
I have no idea what just happened. I'm telling you, I think it's a conspiracy to keep me from doing some meat checking here in a minute.
We don't want to let Jimmy get a hold of that meat.
That's right.
Fouled that one off for count remaining the same, 0-2.
Yeah, I'll be out there in a minute. I'll have sauce all over my chin.
Big old piece
I'll
of sausage in your mouth.
Well, I mean, I don't think they have that today. They've
Little
got
ribs.
usually it's ribs and something else.
Do they do chicken too? Because I know some of them deals.
I think they have in the past.
Yeah.
It usually every year it's something. It's almost always ribs, and then usually they have other things to
I know
go
we
with
had
it.
an event where we went down and had some people cooking, and they had to do I think they did brisket, they did ribs, and they did some kind of chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And and it was a same kind of deal. They had to, they had to have judges and all that.
Yeah.
Tyson Coy up to bat for the Eunice Cardinals.
Yeah, the Calvillo ends up on first now. Runners on first and second. 14-1 game, no outs. If this inning starts stretching out, I may have to duck out of here and run. I still need to go home and change, which I guess I could show up being a meat judge like I am.
It doesn't really matter what you wear as long as you got a bib, huh?
As long as you got your mouth ready to gauge some meat, then it's all right. So runners on first and second. Coy up there after the foul ball. It's 0-1. Here comes the pitch. It's low and outside. Going to get away from him.
Runners decided not to go.
Which was a good decision. Yeah. He's a good catcher.
Yeah, he keeps it in front of him, even if it gets in the dirt.
And he's got a good arm. So if you decide to go, you better be going. It better not be able to think about it. There's a drive over towards short. It's going to find the gap, and it's going to roll all the way to the fence. And man, are we going to?
runs.
Yeah, we're going to score multiple runs out of this deal.
Calvillo's not slowing down. He said, "I'm coming."
Yeah. So a 2 RBI double on a hustling Calvillo as he was giving it all she's got, Captain.
All she's got.
As he hustles home. And so what a shot there by...
I'll bring up our other Tyson. Wow.
Tyson Coy. Yep, Tyson Coy with a 2 RBI double.
Granddad sitting down there clapping and cheering, hollering. Yeah, he's happy. We're all happy.
Carrie, Matt, I'm sure they're all
makes the
excited.
Score 16-1 favor of the Cardinals.
And here comes Jones with no outs. Here comes the first pitch. Jones with the check swing. He wants to hit it.
He said, "I want that one back." I shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, he kind of check swinged and then checked his check swing. And for strike number 1. Here comes the next pitch. That ball's hit high down the third base line, and it's going to be foul.
Is it out?
I skipped off the wall out there, one hopper off the wall.
All that for a long, tall strike.
It's funny because that looked like almost like a check swing as well, and it went to the wall.
I mean, just imagine if he gets full contact with that thing, it's gonna hit Parker Energy over there, one of our sponsors.
Yeah.
They will drive up Monday morning and find the ball in the middle of the parking lot.
Here comes the next pitch, and that one's outside for ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Jones. Tyson Jones, Redbird Garage, 2 names that go together. He steps in there ready to go. Here comes the pitch, and it's outside for ball 2. So 2-2 to Jones. He's staying alive here.
No outs, runner on second. That AC come on again.
I did.
Feel it all the way over here.
Yep, it's cooling off in here. Feels like a winter day in here. Feels like
build a trash can fire in here or something.
That was low for ball 3.
Tyson told the other Tyson said, "Go."
Yep. Yeah, it's cooling off in here. It feels like Lacey's up in here again.
It's just she had it cold now. I never felt so sorry for Mike in my whole life until she was in here. Like, man, she's like, I like a 65 in my house.
Yeah, it's part polar bear.
That poor guy. I wonder he's got a big old beard.
There's a drive into
Look at
right
that.
center field. It's way back.
Oh, yeah. And
Is it gonna? No,
nope,
it goes
it's
off the
bouncing
wall.
around.
Jones on his
Digging for
horse.
two, while Tyson Coy just kind of trots in.
Tyson Coy steps on home plate, and Jones stands on second after an RBI
Nice double.
into the deepest part of the stadium again, that right field, right center corner out there. And so Jones with a shot.
That'll bring us Andres Serrano at the bat for the Cardinals.
Jared Gladden told me that meat out there smelling good. I'm going to have a tough decision. It's going to be tough to decide which one of them meats is the best. I'm telling you, the only way you know good meat is if you've had a lot of meat
in your mouth.
Well, yeah, and you got to try different meat in order to figure out which meat is the best. And so I'm going to go out there in a minute, and I'm just going to try meat. And so anyway, 17-1 is the score here. We're in the bottom of the fourth. And once again,
that one looked like it was a little outside for ball one.
If this inning stays on the trajectory that it's on, I may have to
hustle
run out of here in a minute. I'm going to be running down the road screaming, give me the meat.
You've been running down the road trying to loosen your load.
Yeah, with a lot of meat on my mind.
And
There's a drive toward short. He's going to
it?
make the catch,
Oh,
and Jones is going to hustle back to first. To second, I'm sorry. There ain't no reason for him to hustle back to first.
So that's one away for the
Looks
Cardinals.
like we've got a sub coming in here.
That's not Misa Brito,
looks
is
like
it?
maybe the 8th grader, huh?
That would be number 6, Isaac Melanson.
Okay, so this is Melanson.
So he'll be batting in the 6th spot.
Yeah.
For Misa Brito.
Yeah, he's another one of the 8th graders.
It's Isaac Melanson, number 6.
Yeah, so Melanson up there, ready to go. They just moved him up, I think, today or yesterday. He just put him on this roster. So young man's got some wheels, an 8th grader. And he took a big swing at that one, and man, that bat and that ball were real close to having a collision.
Yeah.
So he's back up there ready to go. 1 out. They've scored a bunch of runs here again, and that ball's going to get past. Jones going to head to third. They're going to throw it over there, and Jones slides in safely. And so Jones now stands on third. 1 out.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
17-1 is your score. Eunice and Jow. Melanson facing the roots of his, and he hits it towards second. Second baseman going to scoop it, throws it over to first, and down goes Melanson, but he does score a run. So an RBI for Melanson. It is first trip to the plate that I'm aware of as a varsity. Oh no, that was 3 outs.
Was that 3?
Yeah.
I showed it as 2.
So apparently that was out number 3. Coach Almaguer comes running over to talk to
I didn't have but 2
umpire,
outs.
probably about the subs. But anyway,
okay.
I believe that's going to move us from the 4th over to the 5th. If the Cardinals can get 3 outs here, we could be calling it a day. Trying to see, it looks like we've got a pitching change. Is that Gomez?
Elijah
okay.
Melanson.
Got Melanson. So we got a Melanson show going on here. Is Elijah Melanson, the quarterback for the Eunice Cardinal football team.
I'll just give a shout out to all these sponsors here. On the Jowl side, you got Eunice Pump and Supply, Panther Energy, Mamacitas, Jowl Schools, Woolworth Community Library, Fullco Trucking, and Iron Horse Sports Grill. And for the Eunice Cardinals sports, you got NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, LLC, City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, and Redbird Garage. And that's your sponsor for today's matchup between your Eunice Cardinals and these Jowl Panthers. And Eunice in the lead here going into the top of the 5th inning with a score 17-1. And so if Jowl don't score, basically 8 runs in this inning, then this will be the ball game here. So we'll see what Melanson can put together to try to finish this thing up. Panthers have a different idea. They want they're going to lead off with Jayton Butts, and they want to get some action going on and put some runs together here.
Melanson on the football field has an absolute cannon.
Oh, man.
He can throw a dang football as far as anybody that I've seen, and as hard as anybody that I've seen. And so I know this year they've been trying to get that to convert onto the pitcher's mound for sure.
Yeah, well, we've had several young men that have. I mean, look at the most recent, of course,
Mason
Caperton, yeah.
Conager Pierce,
yeah.
And of course Tyler down there.
Tyler.
I mean, there's been several quarterbacks that
if you can throw, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's a very similar motion, and definitely some differences between the two, no doubt, but a very similar motion.
So Jayden Butts for Jowl up first here in the 5th.
Here comes the first pitch from Melanson, and
hit that one
fouled right back over. And I just saw a group of people go down the bleachers.
Hope it didn't get them.
Hope they weren't standing right there. 5th.
Sorry, Evie.
So 0-1.
I'm behind on my score bug.
Here comes that next pitch, and it's
Nice.
right down the middle for strike 2. So 0-2.
So we are in the top of the 5th inning.
And the Cardinals with a big lead, trying to hang on to that and finish this game off early. And there's a drive into shallow center field.
Get down.
And Butts says, hey.
Not so fast, boys.
He says, don't sleep on the Butts. I'm going to keep this game going.
I'll bring up Javier Santalon. I hope I'm saying that name right.
Javier will head to the plate.
He had a double, and in the last inning he had a single. He's a lefty. He's going to lay down a bunt.
Bunts it right back toward the
was a
pitcher.
nice
Catcher
bunt.
comes out, fires it over to first, and they get the runner at first, but it does advance Butts over to second. So runners now on second with 1 out.
Zayden Lujan up to bat.
So Lujan steps in with a runner on second. Seemed like deja vu there for a minute.
Yeah, it
like
does,
this is when they scored it late in the game earlier.
Yeah.
Kind of the same type of scenario.
They got several runs to score to get up to keep this thing moving right here. But it can be done.
Melanson in the stretch. Skips that one off the turf.
Well, one thing Almaguer does have, he's got some pitching. He's got a pitching machine out here.
Yeah.
He's got some deep bench on pitching.
Got a lot of pitchers. And there's a drive over towards short. Shortstop going to scoop it up off the hop, throws it across the paint.
Got it.
The diamond. Across the paint like I'm in a baseball basketball game. And Calvillo does a really good job scooping that up off the skip. And he picks it up off the hop, and they get the runner headed to first. And so that was a great play out there by Zamora. The runner does advance, so now Butts is standing on third.
Andres Rodriguez up to bat for Jowl.
2 outs, 1 more.
And a swing and a miss.
And we might just get me to some meat. 17-1 is your score here. 2 outs. We're in the top of the 5th.
Jal threatening, got one on third with a big leadoff.
Here comes the pitch from Melanson, a swing and a miss for strike number 2.
0-2.
1 strike away from allowing me to say, where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
Melanson working quick, kicks, fires, and that one's low and outside for ball 1. Like somebody was walking on the ceiling there for a minute.
Maybe.
I guess there's somebody on the roof.
Maybe getting one of them foul balls that got
I'm
up there.
telling you. Here comes the pitch, swung on, hit over toward third. Shortstop gets it, swings it across, and they're going to get him. And so down they go, and that'll end this ball game here. The Cardinals with a 17-1 win. They win game 1 10-2, win game 2 17-1. Big game there. Melanson comes in, gets the save. Yeah. And so, anyway, any final thoughts, Charlie?
Man, it's been a nice day. It's been a good day for baseball, and it's always a good day for baseball when Eunice pulls it off. Since we're doing JAL too, there's always got to be a winner, always got to be a loser. They both played hard. Nobody gave up. Nobody let off the gas. Everybody played hard, and I'm proud of all of them.
Get out to the Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship Dance. The meet is going to be judged here in just a few minutes. We've got bouncy houses. They've got food trucks. All kinds of stuff going on out there. Silent auction. Get out there, get involved, support a great cause. Enjoy your Easter. Thoughts and prayers with everybody in the community and across the world on this Easter weekend. And anyway, we appreciate everyone and have a great weekend. We're going to jump off for Charlie Fairbrush, Evie back at the station. I'm Jimmy Jones saying good night, good day, whatever it is. Have a good one.
Good night, everybody.